oh, well, but if I say a prayer to Saraswati, the goddess Saraswati, who is the goddess of knowledge and learning and wisdom and culture and arts and civilization, somehow I am offending God. That is Old Testament, not Veda. We are situated in a way in God, in God's kingdom, in God's influence. And if we were to watch God for all eternity, at no point would we see God move. And yet, God might be dancing. If you have liberation, but you only go to the level of impersonal Brahman, you can indeed fall back down to the material world. One could read this Upanishad in less than 5 minutes. I would not recommend doing that because the truth of the matter is, each one of these verses is so deep, is so pregnant, so full. The Isha Upanishad is one of the smallest of the Upanishads. It is only 18 verses plus the invocation, so 19 verses total. It is very short, yet interestingly, it is one of the most profound of the Upanishads. It's considered to be one of the top 10, top 12, depending on which Vedantist you follow. But it's one of the top Upanishads, philosophically speaking. It is an Upanishad which, again, despite its brevity, as you will see over the course of the next several weeks, is extremely deep. First of all, let me explain what Isha means. Ishavasya, also it's sometimes called Isha or Ishavasya Upanishad. Isha means the Lord. Isha means God. This is what this word actually means. It's from Isha. It's from Ish that we get Ishvara, for example. Ishvara, meaning God, who is non-different from Sriman Narayana. And this is where we get also this term, Isha, from. It also means the Lord. Ishavasya. Vasya means something somewhat akin to being enveloped by. So being enveloped by God. What a beautiful, beautiful term. So that's what this is, the Isha or sometimes Ishavasya Upanishad. So with that, let's begin now with the very first of these verses, which is indeed the invocation. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. That is the Sanskrit. Now, this is my translation. I should also explain that for the totality of this class, I've translated the entire Isha Upanishad years ago. This is my translation, my personal translation that we will be using. And this is the translation of the invocation. Om. God is perfectly whole, and because God is perfectly whole, all that emanates from God, such as this phenomenal reality, are perfectly sustained as perfectly whole. Whatever is formed of the perfect God is also perfect in itself. Because God is the complete whole, even though so many whole beings emanate from God, God remains still the complete balance. So, truly, truly amazing, interesting, beautiful verse, actually. And this verse contains so much within it. You know how I have my own process of looking at verses, categorical exegetical analysis is what I call this. What we do with this is we take either a verse or even several verses, a passage, let's say, that contains a complete idea unit from the Vedic scriptures. And then the very first thing that we do is we categorize it into, all right, philosophically speaking, what category of philosophy does this verse fall into? That's the first thing that we do. And then we proceed with an actual propositional and what I call veridical analysis of the verse. That is, we look at what is being stated philosophically, and does it make sense, and how does it make sense? But then we look at the truth conveyed by the verse. All right, that's a lot. That is, however, the methodology that I use. It's a traditional Vedic methodology that I simply adapted to modern times. This verse contains several things in it, including, first of all, divine ontology, that is, what is the nature of God? Also, what is the nature of self, but also a little bit of cosmology as well. So there are several things that are occurring in this verse. And that sometimes happens with verses, that it doesn't necessarily neatly fall in one category of philosophy or another. Sometimes there are several categories. Let us now proceed with this verse. First, it begins, interestingly and significantly, with Om. Now, why? Why is this the case? We know that many Vedic verses do, but not all Vedic verses do, in fact, start with this important mantra, Om. Why does this very specific verse begin with Om? Several reasons. Number one, this is indeed a Vedic verse. This is a verse that is found in what is called Shruti, that is the Vedic layer of the Shastra or Vedic scriptures. So that's the very first thing. The second thing is Om points to the omnipresence of the Absolute, the omnipresence of God. And this is indeed one of the themes that we're going to be seeing all throughout this verse, is the omnipresence of God. Now, all that being said, now let's proceed to the verse. First of all, the very first clause, God is perfectly whole. Whole. Now, what does this indicate? Of course, this is speaking ontologically about the very being, the very nature, the very essence of God, and what is indeed that nature of God. So first of all, God is perfectly whole. What does this mean? This means God is complete. This means that God is dependent upon nothing outside of God's being itself. This means that God is a monadic being, not monistic, but monadic, meaning that God is complete in and of himself. He needs nothing outside of himself, and neither is he dependent upon anything. Let me tell you, this one little clause, forget about the verse, forget about the first sentence. This one clause alone, we can talk about the philosophical implications of this little clause for hours, and what it says about the actual nature of God, about the unitary nature of God, about the non-dependent and non-contingent nature of God. How, as I've said many times in the past, there is nothing above God, there is nothing greater than God. Thus, God cannot, of necessity, cannot fall into illusion, etc. That God of necessity is the source, as we will see as we proceed with this verse. Because God being the whole, God cannot be something that itself has a source, because that would mean that God is not complete. Being complete, necessarily God is the source, and on and on. And it is not merely that God is the whole, but God is perfectly whole, meaning that contained within, one could say, and we're just speaking philosophically here, God has no bounds, but conceptually, within the conceptual bounds of what we call God, there is nothing but perfection. In other words, every attribute, every aspect, every Shakti, every power, etc., everything that is contained within what we call God is not only whole, dependent upon nothing, but brought to its maximal perfection, to the point of being beyond our conception. So there is a lot here in just this one little clause of the very first verse. So God is perfectly whole. Now, we go on. As a result of this understanding of the ontological nature, the very being of God now, and because God is perfectly whole, all that emanates from God, such as this phenomenal reality, are perfectly sustained as perfectly whole. Very interesting. Now, let me tell you, I am a Sanskritist. I'm not someone who dabbles in Sanskrit. There are many people, including very nice people, very well-meaning people, who kind of dabble in Sanskrit, meaning that, they've studied it a little bit, they've studied it for a few years. I'm not one of those people. I am an actual trained Sanskritist, academically trained in graduate school, in accordance with Ashtadhyayi, the traditional method, but also Western modern academic method as well. This translation that I've given is indeed the very best translation of the Isha Upanishad that exists. I can tell you this. The reason being that I, like with all my translations, I did my utmost effort to be extremely faithful to the actual wording in Sanskrit, while also conveying the philosophical subtleties that are there. So, with that being said, let's understand what is being said here. So God is perfectly whole, and because God is perfectly whole, all that emanates from God, such as this phenomenal reality, are perfectly sustained as perfectly whole. Now, what is this saying? It is saying that God is, again, the source of all things, as we said a moment ago. Now this confirms this, that God not only is whole and needing nothing outside of himself, God is not only perfectly such, but God is indeed the source of all things. So God is this, first, the source of all things. And because of the fact that he is perfectly whole and the source of all things, everything that emanates from that source, that comes from that source, such as this phenomenal reality. So in other words, now we get into cosmology, such as the material universe, and then by implication, all of the material universes that exist, because of course we believe in Sanatana Dharma, in a multiplicity of material universes, this being only one material universe. So all of these phenomenal realities, they are perfectly sustained as perfectly whole. Now, this last clause of this sentence is a little bit tricky, but not really. Not if you just allow yourself to contemplate what is being said here. First of all, they, that is the emanations from God, they are like unto God, God being the originator and all of reality, again, being emanations from God. They are like God in that they also are self-sustained units, with the exception that they are sustained by God, whereas God is sustained by nothing. God doesn't need to be sustained. So here we see this very interesting juxtaposition of, let's say, sameness with God, while at the same time a quantitative radical distinction between that which is God and that which comes from God. So all things that come from God necessarily share in, let's say, much of what God is ontologically. So in the same way that God is a self-sustained being, well, we also are. We are also beings who are whole, I should say. We are not self-sustained. We are whole beings, and perfectly such. If you look at any given human being, if you look at any given universe, if you look at any given what is called mandala, a mandala, this is a very interesting concept. When I use the word mandala, please don't think of the hippie conception of mandala as some sort of, let's say, surrealistic looking, psychedelic, abstract, sort of circle-y piece of art. That's a secondary sense of the term mandala. What the term mandala actually means in its primary sense is a, let's say, a perfectly whole universe. And when I say universe, I don't mean simply in the macrocosmic sense, but in the microcosmic sense as well. So thus, the universe itself is a mandala. A planet is a mandala. A nation is a mandala. And then finally, the individual person is also considered to be a mandala. We, as an individual being, we're like a tiny universe. So thus, this is what this verse is saying, that even each of us, we are perfectly whole. We contain within us everything that we need to operate, and to operate well, and to do whatever we wish to accomplish within the context of reality. So thus, we also are perfect wholes. However, again, this is the difference, that as this very last clause says, we are perfectly sustained by God. That's the difference. That is the difference. And we are perfectly sustained in such a way that while we indeed have the ability to have our own autonomy, and we indeed do, we have autonomy of will, for example. This is something that, interestingly, qualitatively, we share as a shared attribute with God. God has absolute free will. Well, we have free will also. The difference being that God's free will moves universes, whereas our free will, we can choose to buy a car. We can choose a job, or to reject a job. we can choose smaller things, So qualitatively, Attributively, we share in many of the same attributes of God, including this idea of being a perfect whole, a perfect unit in and of it ourselves. But again, this is the difference. Quantitatively, God is truly the infinite, whereas we are those finite beings, Atman, dependent upon God and having God as our source. So that's the difference. So here, interestingly, this one sentence is doing so much. It is explaining what is the nature of God. It is explaining what is the nature of cosmology and the relationship between God and that which emanates from God. It is also explaining what is the nature of we, individual beings, in juxtaposition with God. So thus, this one sentence alone is actually encapsulating the three realities, what is called Tritattva in Sanskrit. It is encapsulating the three realities of Vedanta in one sentence. That is, what is Brahman, what is God, what is Atman, what is our individual soul, and what is Jagat, what is this phenomenal reality that we experience around us. These are the three reals in accordance with Vedanta, and to my knowledge, which is extensive, pretty much every school of Vedanta agrees with these three reals. These are the three realities into which all of reality can be reduced. So thus, again, a lot is being done with this one sentence, where if you were to just kind of quickly read it, it seems like a very innocent sentence. Philosophically, there's nothing innocent about it. It goes as deep as any sentence possibly can, philosophically, into what is the very nature of God, of ourselves, and of reality. And we're not done. We still have more of the verse to do. So let's dive into the rest of this. Whatever is formed of the perfect God is also perfect in itself. Very nice. So kind of a continuation of what was said. But now for added emphasis. Whatever is formed of the perfect God is also perfect in itself. So Hermes Trismegistus is known for saying this, as above, so below. And that's from the Hermetic tradition. And this is true dharmically as well. This is also what is taught throughout the realms of Dharma, and specifically Sanatana Dharma. And that is that we in ourselves are mini reflections of the Absolute. That what is contained in God qualitatively is also contained within us. Again, the only difference being the quantitative difference, and that is that God is infinite, whereas in comparison to God, we are finite, and we are dependent, whereas God is the ever independent. And there are many distinctions like that. There are other distinctions as well. Again, God is the cause, God is the source, we are the effect, etc. God is the master, we are the servant, and on and on. So quantitatively, we see this distinction that is there between ourselves and God. Even ontologically, there are some distinctions. There are some attributes that God has that we do not, which would take too long to go into. So, for example, omnipotence, that is an attribute that we do not share with God. God has absolute omnipotence. That is, God has the ability to do anything. There is nothing that is outside of the scope of God's will. Whereas, as I said earlier, with us, we can, let's say, as far as idea, we can will whatever we want. See, I can will to be God right now. We can will anything. Indeed, it's an uncontrolled will. It's a will that's based upon fantasy that has led us to our current state of ignorance and illusion. It's because we say such things. I will, it is my wish to become God. Well, I still have to go to sleep and wake up in the morning. I'm still dependent on food, etc., etc. So God's will is unbounded, whereas ours is bounded, etc. So whatever is formed of the perfect God is also perfect in itself qualitatively, not quantitatively. Now let's go on to the next verse. Because God is the complete whole, even though so many whole beings emanate from God, God remains still the complete balance. So again, it is with this last verse especially that indeed we see this distinction. Everything that I've been emphasizing, or the thread of what I've been emphasizing in this entire talk that I've given thus far, that indeed Qualitatively, of course, there is a sameness between ourselves and God. We share in many of the attributes of God. God is our source. So therefore, that being the case, in the same way that God is indeed a perfect whole, we are also, but quantitatively, not to the same degree. Quantitatively, not to the same degree as God. Well, this last sentence here is explaining precisely why this is the case. Because God is the complete whole, for that reason, even though so many whole beings emanate from God, that is us, universes, anything that is conceivable or perceivable, God remains still the complete balance. Now, this last clause of this last sentence is especially of great importance. It is the most important aspect of this sentence. God remains still the complete balance. So what is meant by this? Again, it's showing this distinction between we as finite Atmans versus what is infinite Paramatman, that is God. That are we not also, let's say, creators? Are we not also the source of things? Do we not also have the ability to take of what we are and to create? Yes, we do. But we are diminished for it. We are diminished for it. When we labor, we get tired. We have to expend our energy, etc., etc. If we give of ourselves, it means that we are then lacking. If I have $1 million in my bank account and I give someone $500,000, well, now I have $500,000 left. So whatever I give of myself, I am diminished. This is true for every living being in material existence, bar none. However, now this last clause of this last verse of this invocation makes this very clear. This is not true for God. God remains still the complete balance. So thus, God, unlike us, can be the source of what? $500,000? No. A little bit of creative effort? No. God is the source of, think of how big this universe is. An infinite number of such universes, with how many living beings in each universe, and how many planets, and how many natural phenomena, etc., etc., etc. God is the source of all such things, but God being the source of all such things and all such things, all phenomenal reality emanating from God, is God as a result of that process any less? Is God now, a little shorter? Is God now, kind of tired, having expended so much quote-unquote energy, being the source of all this reality? No. God is still that perfect whole, and infinitely so. So this is the difference. So again, this is the difference between ourselves and God, is that we are indeed finite in comparison to the infinitude of that which we term God. Here's a question from Grant Carlson, and this is an interesting question, actually. This is very interesting. Is it normal for aspiring dharmis to be overwhelmed or even scared of reading the Vedic scriptures on their own? Very nice question, actually. And let me tell you, Grant, actually, the truth of the matter is what you're explaining is indeed somewhat normal, especially when a person is very much a beginner and they're encountering the Vedic scriptures for the first time. See, this is what's interesting. If we compare spiritual life and the importance and the gravitas with which we should approach spiritual life, with the gravitas with which we should approach anything of great importance, then we can have a better understanding of this. Let's say, for example, the example that I'd like to give. Let's say that you have decided to start medical school and tomorrow's your first day. Are you not going to be a little bit overwhelmed by the idea? Once you pick up your texts and you look at these massive 700-page hardcover books that have so much information in them, and you look at your syllabus, and are you not going to have a little bit of trepidation at how overwhelming this is going to be? Well, sure, absolutely. So what you're experiencing is normal. That's number one. Understand that yes, you are engaging in something important. You are commencing a path that is important. It's amazing. Again, the New Age mentality. It is amazing how so many people will think that, okay, I'm going to commence my spiritual search now. but they have a very nonchalant attitude. We actually should not have a nonchalant attitude. We actually should have a respect and an appreciation for how big a task this is and how seriously we should take it. Now, at the same time, no, don't fear. Please don't fear. Have a respectful kind of trepidation a little bit. Yes, that's important. Understand, oh, this is something serious that I'm embarking upon, the spiritual path. Understand it's serious, but don't be afraid. Because understand that this is the nature of true spiritual path. This is the nature of Sanatana Dharma, that we are given every help. We're given every assistance. This is why, yes, in reading the Vedic scriptures, yes, we do need help. This is why we have the guru. This is why we have the spiritual teacher. Because very quickly, if you enter into these Vedic texts and you do so sincerely and with humility, you do pretty quickly understand that if it's just you and you're sitting in your living room reading the Upanishads, oh, you're going to be lost. You're going to be encountering philosophy where you sometimes it's straightforward and it seems, all right, oh yes, I'm getting this, but then you'll encounter passages where, oh my God, what is this saying? And it's very difficult to get through. That is the nature of studying the Vedic scriptures. This is why we need a guru. This is why we need an individual who, as I do with all of you on a weekly basis, who can figuratively hold our hand and lead us into these Vedic scriptures and into what each verse is actually saying. So yes, don't be afraid. You will need a little bit of guidance. So it is absolutely wonderful that you are here with us. Please come back every single week. And in this way, seek guidance in your study of the Vedic scriptures. So I hope that was helpful. Please feel free to look in the description of this video and you'll see the verses that we're going to go through today. And specifically, we're going to go through 3 verses. That is verses 1, 2, and 3 of the Isha Upanishad. All that is within the universe is sustained and encompassed by the Lord. One should therefore protect the self through renunciation. Do not desire for other people's wealth, with the understanding of who is the true possessor. So beautiful, beautiful verse. And this is a rather well-known verse, as are many of the verses of the Isha Upanishad. Again, it's a very important Vedic scripture. So as a result, the last verse, as people may know, is an extremely well-known verse. It's actually recited by many people in Vedic gatherings, Hindu gatherings, etc. And the same with this verse as well. Very, very well known. Well, let me comment on this verse a little bit. All right, first of all that is within the universe is sustained and encompassed by the Lord. Now, what is interesting are several things to be said about this one verse here. And that is that, first of all, if you recall what was said in the previous verse, this is, first of all, kind of a continuation of the thought. And that is that according to Vedanta, there are 3 reals, philosophically, what in the West would be called reals, what Aristotle, for example, referred to as reals. That is, those things that all of reality can be basically broken down into, their fundamental base. Well, according to all Vedanta, there are 3 reals. These are Brahman, that is God, Atman, individual self, and then what is called Jagat, or material reality. Well, that's what was one of the things that was spoken of in the previous verse, that is the invocation. Now we're kind of continuing with that thought because all 3 of these things are mentioned here. First of all, what is being mentioned right off the bat in this very first sentence is Jagat, the material universe. So thus, all that is within the material universe. Now, interestingly, the Isha Upanishad right here wants to limit what it is saying to the material universe for right now. So not all of reality. We know that in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is explained as being the source, as being the sustainer of all material and spiritual realities. Well, right now we are indeed talking about Jagat, that is materiality, and you'll see why in a moment. So first, all that is within the material universe, and by implication, of course, we can understand this means any material universe, all material universes. So everything that is here is sustained and encompassed by the Lord. So very interesting. This is speaking about now Jagat as well as Brahman. So two of the elements of what is called Tri Tattva, or the three realities, the three reals. All right, so now let's talk about this, just this opening line just for a moment. First of all that we can perceive and conceive, because by definition, this is how we interrelate with anything that is material, with indeed the world around us. It is either perceptual or conceptual. So everything that we can conceive, everything that we can perceive, that is everything that is within the purview of materiality, and to make it more personal, within our specific universe, is sustained by God. And this is something that we know, of course. This is one of the distinguishing attributes of God, that God is indeed the sustainer. And it's very interesting how God is seen as the creator, really, indirectly, the creator, the sustainer, and really, let's say, the ultimate dissolution of all material reality. But it's especially in this functional aspect as sustainer that God is known to be God. And the reason why is because to sustain is the hardest of all three of those elements, of all three of those actions. To create, to sustain, or to destroy. It is sustaining that is the hardest. So this is why this is one of the designations of God, that God is the sustainer. Thus, as we know, one of the names of God, and in fact the highest name of God, is Narayana. Narayana. And the very translation of that name of God is the sustainer of all beings. That being who is the sustainer of all beings. So thus, this is one of the functions of God. But also, the material universe is encompassed by God. In other words, this points to, of course, again, the omnipresence of God. The fact that there is no place within the material universe, within materiality, what to speak of spiritual reality. There is no place where God is not. The entire creation, everything that is perceivable, again, and conceivable, is encompassed, is interpenetrated by the very being of God. And indeed, it is that very interpenetrating of God's being with material reality that gives material reality its being. Quite literally, its being, its ability to be sustained, etc. So it is very nice. This is beginning with bringing together these two things. Again, Jagat and Brahman, explaining the relationship between the two, but also it's a divine ontological statement in which it is explaining a little bit about what is the nature of God. Just a little bit. Of course, there's no limit to how deep it could go, but this is where it has decided to let's say, limit its explanation of the attributes of God to these two things, and we'll see why as we continue. Let's go on with the rest of the verse. One should therefore protect the self, Atman, through renunciation. Now is introduced the third element of the Tri Tattva. Tri in Sanskrit means three. It means the number three. So Tri Tattva. Tattva means reality. So now the third element is introduced, and that is Atman. So you see how, not surprisingly, this is a very Vedantic text. And in fact, Vedanta itself is predicated. It's predicated knowledge-wise upon the Upanishads, among a few other scriptures. So let's talk about this next sentence just for a short time. One should therefore protect the self through renunciation. Now, it's very interesting how this sentence is explaining this, that we must protect the self. What is meant by protect the self? Well, of course, where do we, as most of us, beings who are in illusion, where do we find ourselves? Within this material realm, within, again, the realm of illusion. We find ourselves in a very precarious state, where at any moment we can experience sufferings, we can experience confusion, delusion, we can experience so many negative things, pains, etc., and of course positive things as well. That's part of the duality. But what is meant here by protect ourselves is indeed to rid ourselves of all of these pains and burdens. How do we protect the self? Meaning, how do we alleviate our suffering, but then positively, how do we also know the bliss of the divine and the bliss of our own self? So let's go on. One should protect the self, and now, very quickly, the way that we do this is explained very quickly within the very beginning of these three verses that we're going to look at, so that it's not a mystery that we have to wait for. How do we protect the self? Through renunciation. Through a healthy renunciation. And what does that mean? That means understanding, what is the nature of our true self? What is it that our true self, our Atman, our soul, what do we actually possess, and what is that which we wish to possess, but which in actuality is not a possession, but is a burden? So in other words, if we understand what is the actual nature of our soul, what is the actual nature of self, and if we were to understand what it is that our Atman truly, inherently, innately possesses as its attributes, as its properties, its powers, etc., we would be astounded beyond words. If we understand the richness, in other words, that we have within us, if we understood the strength and the beauty and the wisdom and on that we possess naturally within us, if we were to understand this, we would truly be astounded. However, of course, being an illusion, what do we do instead? We look for wealth outside of ourselves. When I say wealth, I don't mean quite literally, but in some cases, yes. But those things that we think we desire, we search for outside of ourselves. And more, we try to take it from others. We try to lay ownership over that which is not ours. And in this way, we become attached to illusion. We become attached to literally wealth, to money, to name and fame, fortune, etc., possessions. We become attached to things that are, by their very nature, both temporary and really having nothing to do with our true self, because they are temporary. Because they're temporary, we can conquer things in this world, conquer wealth and property and fame and all of these things. But by definition, because they are temporary, we won't have them for long. And they're not something that are inherent to who we truly are. So thus we're in illusion. This is why people are greedy. This is why people are materialistic. This is why, in the even more subtle ways, this is why people are not just externally greedy, but egotistical. This is why people seek fame, seek to make themselves people of great importance and seek power, etc., etc. So thus, the remedy to such illusion is to do the opposite, to live a life of renunciation. And what does that mean? Well, that simply means understanding, again, who and what we truly are, what are our inherent qualities, and again, our inner wealth, our spiritual wealth that we have, juxtaposed to that which is an illusion, and we reject the illusion. We reject the illusion. Thus, truly spiritual individuals, not fakers, not frauds, not individuals who are pretending to be spiritual for one psychological hang-up or another. Individuals who truly are spiritual are, by definition, renunciates. They're renunciates. They're individuals for whom the externals really mean nothing other than the pure functionality that they serve. Food means nothing, but I eat such that my body will continue. A home means nothing, but I need shelter, etc. You're not attached. We use these material items, but yet we're not attached to them in any way. And this goes back to a theme that I have spoken about hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of times, and that is the idea of renunciation is one in which we can surrender to the stereotype of renunciation or to understand the deeper laws of renunciation. The stereotype is indeed, interestingly, external, even though it claims to be spiritual. And that is, a true renunciate is someone who quite literally renounces everything and lives in a cave. Well, that's external. And that's something which, while it may look good, does not necessarily mean that the individual is renounced within. Indeed, Krishna, the Bhagavad Gita, explains this to Arjuna, that more important than simply the externalities of renunciation is what is happening within the person. They may be renounced as far as engaging in some activity, but if they're constantly thinking about it, they're not renounced. So thus, what true renunciation is to not be attached to that which is temporary. But you still use what is temporary. My clothing are temporary. I am a renunciate. My clothing is temporary, but I'm going to wear it, understanding that it's temporary. This is what it means to be a true renunciate, is yes, we use the things of this world. We need to eat. We need to have shelter. We need to have clothing, etc., etc. I would not be able to do this very live stream with you if I didn't have a microphone in front of me and a computer in front of me and lighting, etc., etc. But it is being used in God's service. So therefore, it's being used in a renounced manner. Let's go on now to the very last sentence of this verse. Do not desire for other people's wealth with the understanding of who is the true possessor. So a continuation of the previous sentence, the thought of the previous sentence. Do not desire for other people's wealth. In other words, don't be envious. Don't be envious. If others have things that we do not, and we see that they do, don't be envious of them. Understand that, yes, this is karma. This is karma coupled with an individual's initiative to do what is necessary to earn the possessions that they have. But if someone else has something that you do not, well, it was their good karma, probably coupled with the fact that they worked harder than you and they're smarter than you. It's a combination of various things, but there's no reason to become envious. On the contrary, what we need to understand is who is rich in this life will be poor in the next life and vice versa. Again, this is the nature of the duality of this world, and understanding the nature of this duality, and again, being detached, being renounced, we should be at peace. Understanding that, oh, this person has less than me, this person has more than me. I have more than others, I have less than others. And this is simply the nature of this world. So, do not desire for other people's wealth. But then it goes on with this very, very interesting section, with the understanding of who is the true possessor. Who is that true possessor? That is Isha, that is Ishvara, that is Bhagavan, that is God. Because in actuality, God, again, being the source of all reality, God being the sustainer of all reality. In actuality, God is the possessor of all things that exist, again, perceivable and conceivable within this material realm, within the realm of this universe. Ultimately, they exist due to God, and they are simply the temporary manifestation of the ever-enervating, ever-changing state of God's energies. So that being the case, everything that we see around us, and we see someone temporarily, oh, this person has such and such acreage of land, this person has this nation, this person has so much wealth, this person has so much fame, etc., etc. In actuality, they're just borrowing it. We can think of the greatest trillionaires in the world today. They are only borrowing their wealth from God, and very temporarily so. God is the ultimate possessor of all things. So with that, let's go on to verse 2 of the Isha Upanishad. Acting in such a manner, that is with renunciation, a person may wish to live for 100 years, for it is only action performed in such a way that will not bind him to the law of karma. So very nice, especially this first sentence, actually, it's quite nice how this is stated. Actually, it's almost in a humorous way. Acting in such a manner. So, in other words, acting in this perfect way where indeed you engage in activities in the world, but in such a way that internally you're not attached to things. You have this renunciation. You understand that ultimately it is all a manifestation of God's grace, of God's mercy, of God's energies, etc. And in this way, you live a spiritual life, living in spirit and not only within materiality. Living in such a manner, acting in this way, a person may wish to live for 100 years. Now, this sometimes confuses people, even though it really shouldn't, actually. This is a little bit of Vedic humor, and people may not know this, but within the Vedas, you don't find it a lot, but there are some things that are stated in a humorous way. What this is saying is it's just using 100 years as an arbitrary number that even to this day, a lot of people think of 100 years as a very long lifetime. What this is saying is if you live in such a way, you will be so happy that you will want to live for 100 years, and you will do so very happily. So that's essentially what this sentence is saying. If you live indeed a life of true spiritual renunciation, understanding what is the nature of reality, what is the nature of wealth and all the things and people that we see around us, etc., then we will be so content, we will be so happy, we will be happy to live for 100 years. That's what this sentence is saying. So now let's go on to the next sentence. For it is only action performed in such a way, that is, renunciation, that will not bind him to the law of karma. So indeed, this is something that we've spoken about many times in the past. And that is precisely how karma is operative within our world and in our actions. You know, when we perform any kind of ethical activity, any kind of activity involving ethics, either good or bad, there is necessarily an equal and opposite reaction to those activities that we engage in. This is what is known as karma. And the only way to transcend such a cause and effect sort of trap, that is samsara, that is being trapped within this material world due to the fact that we are always creating good karma, bad karma, which we then, of necessity, have to experience the phala, the fruits thereof. The only way that we can escape from karma is to act in the world in such a way that we are acting fully spiritually, fully and completely spiritually. That is, again, renunciation. Acting within the world in such a way that we're not attached to our actions, we're not attached to the fruit of our actions, but on the contrary, with everything that we think, with everything we say, with everything we do, that is, with all three modes of action, we are doing so in a spirit of seva, of service to God. And in this way, when we are performing action, there is no karma that is produced, because then that action is purely spiritual. There is no tinge of materiality when we perform actions that are purely spiritual. So this is how we transcend karma, is through, again, such internal renunciation, which is then manifest externally in our actions. Good? All right. Let us go on, please, to the very last verse. And this verse is especially interesting. The realms of the demonic, that is asuras, are regions that are full of darkness and blinding ignorance. That person who disregards the true self, or Atman, enters into such darkness at the time of death. So we are continuing here to talk about the nature of soul and action. You'll see that in the very beginning of this, these three verses, first there was the Tritattva. There was discussion of Brahman, of God, of Jagat, of materiality, the material universe, and of Atman. But now what has been discussed here is the nature of Atman as Atman acts within the world. And again, with the idea that renunciation, acting in renunciation, is crucial, is the most important thing, is almost the definition of what it means to be a truly spiritual person. But now we're going into something very interesting here, and this is kind of a warning for individuals who do not act in a renounced sort of way. That is, individuals who choose to remain in ignorance, individuals who choose to remain acting in a state in which they are not renounced, and in fact, on the contrary, they are acting via envy. So let's go through this. First, it describes what it means to be asuric, what it means to be demonic, the realms of the demonic. Let's stop there with just those words right there. And of course, the Sanskrit for demonic is asura. By the realms of the demonic are meant several things. First, quite literally, because in interpreting Vedic scripture, we always have to go with the literal first. This is actually a very important principle in Vedic exegesis, that is, actually analyzing Vedic texts. First, you go with the literal. When you cannot go with the literal, only then do you go with other things that are not literal. But you have to have very good reason. Otherwise, this opens up a realm of possible speculation, which then leads to delusion. But this means quite literally that there is a realm, a demonic realm of asuras. These are the lower planetary realms in which things are quite hellish, and in which there are many demonic beings who inhabit the lower realms. It's interesting. This is just kind of as an aside. In pretty much every traditional culture, see, I have to be very careful. When I say culture, people might think of, 1990s France or something like that, or, something equivalent, 21st century America. No, not just culture. In every traditional culture, you have this notion universally of there being three realms: the heavenly realms, the earthly or middle earth realm, but then the hellish realms. This is not something that is, let's say, exclusive just to Christianity or even just the Abrahamic religions. Name a religion, I can pretty much guarantee they accept these three realms. This is true for Buddhism as well. This is true for Jainism. This is true for certainly Sanatana Dharma. This is true for Zoroastrianism, etc., etc. This is true for all of the ancient religions. Well, it means certainly the realms of the demonic in that sense as an actual geographic location. But more, it also means the asuric mindset, the asuric temperament, because there are individuals who are presently on the earth planet, who are presently on the earthly plane, who are presently, in other words, here, right now on our planet, who are demonic, who are truly asuras. And they are asuras in human form. They don't necessarily look like monsters, though some of these people are quite ugly, but that's for a different talk. These people don't necessarily look like monsters. They look human. They could pass for human, but they're demonic. They're just as demonic as any sort of metaphysical demonic being. And why? Their temperament is so. So again, when this talks about the realms of the demonic, it's talking about quite literally, geographically speaking, but also as far as internal quality of a human being. So the realms of the demonic are regions that are full of darkness and blinding ignorance. If you're going to be asuric, in other words, if you're going to choose to be a sociopath, if you're going to choose to be a psychopath, if you're going to choose to be a Luciferian, a left-hand path sort of parasite upon the world, spiritual parasite, etc., etc. If you are going to choose to be evil, then you are going to be an individual who is full of darkness and blinding ignorance. That is essentially what this verse is saying. But then it goes on. That person who disregards the true self, that individual now who can even be a neutral person, they're not necessarily demonic. They're just kind of a neutral person, but they consciously choose to forswear spirituality and to just say, spirituality, that's garbage, not interested. I'm just going to live my materialistic life and just care about number one, just care about me, etc. Such an individual enters into such darkness at the time of death. In other words, such an individual, when they die and are thus reborn, they will be born in darkness. They will be born in a blinding darkness because they have chosen of their own accord, their own free will, to traverse a path such that they have chosen ignorance. So as a result, in their next life, indeed, they will sadly find themselves being born in a place where to grow spiritually will be very, very difficult for them. It will be a dark realm in which they are born. And again, not necessarily meaning only geographically. Oh, they could be born on earth in an advanced nation, etc., but their mindset will be one of darkness. Their mindset will be one of darkness, and that is of their own free will, of their choosing. So thus, to tie this all together, this is how we protect our soul, is by choosing our path very carefully. Very carefully. And the truth of the matter is, this is very good advice, generally speaking, both materially and spiritually. Certainly spiritually, which of course is really what these three verses are aiming at more than anything. But even materially speaking, if we are to have a path in life, even as far as a career, even as far as marriage, even as far as where we're going to live, quite literally what we are going to make the center of our life, we need to make such choices in a very, very careful sort of way. But then speaking spiritually, all of you now who are listening to my words, you're all in human form, except for those individuals who are here who are also devas, who are not perceivable to most of you. Let me just say, those of you who are listening to me right now are at the very least human and above. So thus, what does this mean? You are fortunate. You are fortunate that you were born with a very special capacity. You were born with the capacity to think intellectually, to use logic, to use reasoning, etc., to use your verbal skills. But also you were born in such a manner that you are not a slave to instinct, unlike the lower forms, unlike animals and most asuras, most demonic people and beings who are slaves to their instincts. You have freedom. You have the ability indeed to choose, and to choose whether you will protect your soul, whether you will protect your Atman by living life in such a way that indeed you live the life of a spiritual renunciate. That is, you live your full life in this world using all of the implements and tools of this world in such a way as is necessary to grow spiritually, but at the same time being within the world but not of the world, being detached, being renounced. You can choose this path or you can choose the other path, which again is discussed in the very last verse that we looked at today, this third verse of the Isha Upanishad. So this is what the Isha Upanishad is asking us to do, and this is what I also am asking you to do, especially at this juncture in history. Please choose wisely. Here's another good question. Namaste, Acharyaji. To obtain renunciation is the most effective path focusing on devotion to Narayana. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. In fact, you have the answer in your very question itself. Yes, indeed. I mean, there are many paths that stress the idea of renunciation. So, for example, I can look at Buddhism, for example. Buddhism is also a very renunciate sort of path, even though the Buddha himself said that he was formulating a middle path, one of non-extremes, in which the idea was to avoid both hedonistic pleasure, but on the other hand, extreme asceticism on the other. The truth of the matter is Buddhism, as it has been practiced since the time of the Buddha, is indeed one of deep renunciation. However, this is the difficulty, is that if an individual wishes to practice a life of renunciation in a vacuum, that is without a positive attainment or goal which they wish to achieve, and more, if they want to be renounced without being renounced for the sake of love, then that renunciation is going to be very dry, spiritually speaking. It's going to be very difficult. And this is why, indeed, the greatest way to be a renunciate is not just in a neutral or general sort of way, because you're not going to last long without without the element of love and without the element of having a deeper purpose for that renunciation. Rather, it is when we express devotion toward God that we then introduce that sweetness, that spiritual sweetness that is necessary to truly make our renunciation something that's worthwhile. Otherwise, we're just renouncing for the sake of renouncing. And that's similar to example that Prabhupada gave actually several times, that you have a child who, for example, is doing something you don't want them to. You can tell them, stop doing that. And they may or may not. And even if they do, they're going to be bitter about it. Or you can say, stop that. And instead, here's something to occupy your time. And you offer them some candy, or you offer them something interesting, a toy or something superior that they can play with. Well, in this way, they will renounce that negative thing that they shouldn't be doing, but for a positive reason. And as a result, that very renunciation on the part of the child will end up being something sweet and not just something that will make them bitter. So yes, the best way to practice renunciation is indeed to have devotion toward Sriman Narayana. Though unmoving by material means, God is swifter than the mind. While being still, God is swifter than all others running. God is ever beyond all in excellence. Toward himself, God leads even the God of the life air and the true self. Very good. So this is verse 4 of the Isha Upanishad, and there is a lot that is here actually. And again, what you'll see with the 4 verses that we're going to do today is that, again, there is a continuity of thought, of message in these 4 verses. But let me just tell you now, this is a very, very deeply philosophical section of the Isha Upanishad. And let me just tell you very generally speaking what the themes are that you'll see in these 4 verses that we're going to be doing today. First of all, these verses talk about the transcendence yet immanence of the Supreme. In other words, what in Sanatana Dharma, in Vedic theology, is sometimes called panentheism. That is the idea that God both transcends materiality, but is also immanent, is present within all things. That's one theme that we'll see. The other theme that we'll see is how, though God is not material, and thus, that being the case, and thus not subject to causality, to time, to space, etc., God, on the one hand, is motionless and yet is engaging in motion. God is actionless and yet engages in action. This is another theme that we'll see. And then, again, there are several other themes which will become self-evident as we go through this. But first, let's look at this very first verse. Though unmoving by material means, God is swifter than the mind. So very interesting. Again, what this is pointing to is the fact that, on the one hand, God, of course, is not like material beings. God doesn't move in the material sense. God does not act in the material sense. In the same way that if we look all around us and we see so many different beings, indeed, so many different objects, etc., animals, who are all acting, who are all doing things within the material world, we know that doing is something that is universal. Well, God also does, but he does not do in the same way that we do. He does not engage in action in the same way that we do. And it's interesting what is said here, is that God is swifter than the mind. On the one hand, God is unmoving. And what does this mean? This means materially speaking, of course. Materially speaking, God does not move with a physical body, with a mind comprised of prakriti, of material energy, etc., in the same way that we do. Yet, interestingly, he is swifter than the mind. Now, why is it that here, in the very beginning of this verse of the Isha Upanishad, why is it that the mind is used? Well, we know that of all the various actions that a human being can engage in, we can be swift physically, we can run as fast as we want, etc., etc. There are so many things that we can do quickly, but nothing for a human being is quicker than the mind. We can be sitting, let's say, in New York City, and we can think of Tokyo, Japan, and in a way, mentally, we're there. That's how swift the mind is. And yet, according to this verse, even though God is materially unmoving, at the same time, on the realm of consciousness, God is swifter than anything that is conceivable to us. In other words, God does indeed engage in activity. God is not just some static rock, just some static, let's say, transcendental rock or some energy that is just static and does nothing. No, on the contrary, God is always acting. God has will, God has freedom, God has personality, etc., but of the nature of consciousness. Thus, the movement, the action that takes place on the part of God is something which, to us, to our mind, if we were able to quote unquote see God, and I've said this before, it's an interesting phenomenon. Because God exists in a realm without time, without causality, space, etc., if we were to quote unquote see God, what we would see would be what seemed to us to be a being who was non-moving. And if we were to watch God for all eternity, at no point would we see God move. And yet, God might be dancing. And how is this the case? How do you bridge this gap in understanding? Materially speaking, God is not engaging in motion because God has nothing to do with materiality. God transcends materiality on the one hand, but on the other hand, on the realm of consciousness, that consciousness, indeed, including what I said before, free will, personality, etc., God is engaging in action and can engage in action so swiftly to the point where our mind can't even keep up with it. In other words, it's inconceivable. All that is being said in this first sentence. So, thus is the nature of the glory and the grandeur and the wonder of God, who we wish to know. Let's go on a little bit more. While being still, God is swifter than all others running. So just another example, just a continuation of what was said in the sentence previously. So again, to our perception, God is still, God being eternal, and again, the time element not being a factor that affects God in any way whatsoever. On the contrary, kala, what is called kala in Sanskrit, the time element is one of the inferior, infinitesimal energies of God. And that being the case, time has no control over God. So to us, God might seem completely still, but at the same time, he is swifter than all others running. Very nice, very down-to-earth explanation. So again, continuation of what was said. Now let's go on. God is ever beyond all in excellence. Very, very important. Very important. Very important sentence that is here, because this is explaining the quantitative difference between ourselves and God, as well as the qualitative difference between ourselves and God. You see, all beings, even animals, have their own excellences. And what is meant by that? Well, they have their own inherent attributes and qualities that judging both aesthetically, morally, virtuously, ontologically, etc., are brought to the highest and most excellent degree. So all beings have their own excellences. You can look at yourself. There is something that you are excellent at. And this is true, again, for all beings. You can look at a peacock. A peacock's excellence is that it has the most beautiful plumage. You can look at an elephant. What is the excellence of an elephant? Its very size, the fact that it's so big that it really has no enemies, etc. Every being has its excellence. Well, in the case of God, God is ever beyond all in excellence. And you've heard me discuss this before in depth, so I won't go too deeply into this. God is that being who is the possessor of an infinite number of auspicious attributes that are brought to their perfection and to an infinite degree. So thus, there is no one in existence who is more excellent than God. Now, this sentence alone, let me assure you, if we had the time, I could speak for another hour just on this one sentence. Because what does this very overtly imply? What is this saying actually pretty explicitly? It is saying that we are not God, because God is that being who, if you were to compare the excellence of any other being versus the excellence of God, God's excellence is beyond any other being, and really all beings combined. Indeed, if we were to take the excellences of every single being in existence who is not God, whether we talk about humans or animals or the gods, and if we were to combine all those excellences, they would be practically non-existent in comparison to the excellence of God. So thus, again, one of the hallmark teachings of Sanatana Dharma: we are not God. I am not God. You are not God. Because I have my excellences, but I do not have excellences that are beyond all excellences of all living beings. Neither do you. But God does. Now let's go on. Toward himself, God leads even the God of the life air and the true self. In other words, God is the very center of all reality, and all reality finds itself centered upon God. You know, one of my gurus, Bhakti Rakshaka Sridhar Swami, used to say this. He would say that Krishna is the center of all existence, the center of all reality, that God is the center, and that everything that exists finds themselves on this trajectory of being pulled toward that center. All beings are ever attracted to that one supreme personality of Godhead, knowingly or unknowingly. Knowingly or unknowingly, it is that center that is the glue that brings together all things. That is God. So this is essentially what this last sentence here is saying, that God leads even the God of the life air and the true self, in other words, all Atmans, toward him. And again, knowingly or unknowingly, this is indeed the case. Very good. Let's go on now to verse 5 of the Isha Upanishad. God moves and yet does not move. God is far and yet is very near as well. God is within all things and yet is situated outside of everything as well. So very nice. Very good. Let's deal with this just one at a time, one sentence at a time. God moves and yet does not move. So again, this is a continuation of what was being said in the previous verse. That is, that God engages in action. Indeed, Krishna himself says this, that even Krishna himself, even God himself, engages in action, because if he were to not do so, all of reality would cease. So at the very least, you can say God is sustaining reality, and that is an action. And that is an action that he does freely of his own free will. So God moves and yet does not move. He is engaging in action, but that action is not of the nature of material action, and that's A. B, it's not anything like the action that you engage in, or that I engage in, or any other living being. Especially if we speak about beings who are within the realm of materiality, within this material realm, we know that all beings engage in material action, and their motivation is something that tends to be rather self-centered. But then, even for those beings who are liberated and the action of such beings, God's actions are nothing even like the actions of liberated beings, if only for the very simple fact that such beings engage in action, A, having a source without which they would not even be able to engage in action. So thus their active ability, their ability to engage in action, is something that is contingent upon something else. That is not the case, on the other hand, with God. And the ultimate action for which all living beings were born was to express devotion toward God. And this is not the case for God. God needs to express devotion toward no one. He expresses love, but not devotion. We, on the other hand, express devotion. So thus, our action, whether we are in bondage within materiality, or even if we're liberated, is not like the action of God. God's action is unique. God's movements are unique. Let's go on. God is far and yet is very near as well. Now we get into what is called technically panentheism. Panentheism. And again, as I always have to when I use this term, I need to make it very clear because people will make this mistake. I am not using the word pantheism. These are two separate words that have nothing to do with one another, though they sound a little bit similar. Pantheism is something radically different. The term that we are using is panentheism, and this is a philosophical, theological term. It's a term that's found in the English language. And what it means is precisely what is being said here, that God is, on the one hand, in his actual being, in his essence, he is a being, he is the being who transcends all of materiality, who transcends illusion, etc., who transcends ignorance, who transcends anything that is opposite of the very nature of God. God transcends all such things on the one hand. But on the other hand, God is also present within all materiality. Indeed, it is God's presence that upholds all things. The reason why you can look around you and point to anything having existence, the reason why I'm sitting in a chair that actually exists, the reason why you're watching me in whatever device you have that's a material object, etc., is because God is present within each and every single atom that makes up that very thing that you're looking at. And if God's presence were to suddenly be withdrawn, that very thing itself, any material object, would go from existence to non-existence instantly. So thus, this is the nature of God, and this is what this verse is saying. God is far, that is, God is transcendent, and yet is very near as well. That is, God also is immanent and ever present within all things. God has what is technically called omnipresence. You see, we have situational presence, depending on the situation we find ourselves in. Wherever, especially if we're within the material world, wherever our body, or even wherever the locus of our consciousness and eternal personality tends to be situated at any given time, that's where we are. So right now, as I'm speaking to you live, I'm sitting in the temple room of the headquarters of the International Sanatana Dharma Society that is currently situated on the west side of the city of Omaha, of the state of Nebraska, of the nation of the United States of America on planet Earth. And I am nowhere else. Again, I'm not in Tokyo right now. I'm not anywhere else. This is the same for you, wherever you happen to be situated, whether you're in London right now, whether you're in Tokyo right now, whether you're in Moscow right now, whether you're in Los Angeles, etc., etc., etc. The difference between ourselves and God is that God is present at all places at once, not just places that we can conceive of, such as cities, states, nations, planets. God is present within each and every single atom of existence. And God is situated everywhere within both material and spiritual realities. So this is the nature of God. So let's go on a little bit more with this verse. God is within all things and yet is situated outside of everything as well. So again, basically just re-emphasizing the same idea of this panentheism, that God is within everything, that there's nothing that you can look at where God is not present, but at the same time, God also transcends all those things, and he is immanent. He is present within those things by the very power of his presence. So by his influence. It's not that God literally lives inside a specific atom. No, his influence is there. His presence, his power, his energy is there, present. But God himself transcends all things and is ultimately in Vaikuntha, the spiritual realm. That, one could say, is the ultimate ontological locus of God, in who he truly is. He is in Vaikuntha, the spiritual realm, the kingdom of God. All right. Now let's go on. We have 2 more verses to do. Let's go on to Isha Upanishad, verse 6. And now this makes it more personal, because now, rather than speaking exclusively about divine ontology, that is, what is the actual essential nature of God, now it brings the Atman into the picture. The wise person sees all beings situated in God, and God situated in all beings. For this reason, the wise person hates no one. Beautiful verse. This is actually one of my favorite verses from the Isha Upanishad. Just on the surface level, even without delving too deeply, you can see the beauty of this verse. But at the same time, it is also a very deep verse. So let's look at this a little bit. The wise person sees all beings situated in God. So indeed, all beings are situated in God, meaning that everything that exists is of God. Everything that exists. Everything that exists ultimately has its source in God himself and is either a direct energy of God, that is a direct Shakti, a direct power of God, or it is a byproduct of one of the Shaktis of God. So again, right now, I assume you watching me, you're situated in some room, in your home, in your apartment, someplace. If you look at everything around you, what you're looking at are byproducts, are material byproducts, that is temporary manifestations in the form of the place you're staying, the computer in front of you, or the phone if you're looking at it right now, etc. But these are particular manifestations of general prakriti, that is the material energy of God. And that energy itself has God as its source. So the truth of the matter is, anything that we can look at, anything we can perceive or conceive, ultimately has God as its source. That being the case, we are situated in a way in God, in God's kingdom, in God's influence. But let's go on now with the rest of this. And God is situated in all beings, but in a different way. Because you see, this could be tricky because it wouldn't even be logical to try to understand what this means in the same way as the previous clause, because it literally would fall apart logically. God is situated in all beings in what sense? In the sense that I was speaking about previously, that God is present within every single atom of existence. So even our physical form, even our body is comprised of atoms. God is there within every single atom. That may seem like a truly miraculous, wondrous thing to contemplate. Now, if we understand the nature of God, it's not difficult for God to be situated quite literally in every single atom of existence. He does this effortlessly, even though to us it would boggle our mind. But more, God is situated within each of us in that God is also present very specifically in our heart as what is technically called Paramatman, that is the supreme self. So our self, our true self, our soul, is called Atman. That's literally what Atman means. It means self, one's true self. But then there's a second word, Paramatman, and the two words are pointing to two radically different things. If they weren't, they wouldn't have to be two different words. Atman is our self, our soul, but then there's Paramatman, the supreme self, the supreme soul, that is God, as God is present within us and follows our soul from lifetime to lifetime, experience to experience. God is ever present there within us, witnessing everything that we're doing, not in a judgmental way. You don't have to worry. It's not that you have to start thinking, oh my God, so I'm never alone. I have God watching me. No, God is not watching you. God is watching over you. That's the difference. God is not titillated by, trust me, anything that you can conceivably do. But God is watching over you. God is protecting us. God is there lovingly witnessing and hoping that someday we will notice him and realize that we're not alone, that God is with us. So this is what is meant by this, that God is situated in all beings. And for this reason, the wise person hates no one. In other words, for this reason, understanding that all beings are situated in God. In other words, ultimately all things have God as their source, but also that God is situated in every being. This means every being. This means even the nasty person who you encountered earlier today at work or driving somewhere or whatever. This means everyone, good people, bad people. This means individuals who are very loving toward you. This means a person who scowled at you for apparently no reason when you went to the supermarket earlier today. God is situated in the hearts of all beings. And with this understanding that this is the case, and the only reason why this person was loving toward you and that person scowled at you is because that person who scowled at you is in deeper illusion. They're just in deeper illusion and they can't control themselves. They can't control their emotions. They can't control their anger toward the world, etc. Whereas that loving person is maybe a little bit more spiritual, maybe a little bit more virtuous, etc. But in any case, God is situated within both. And this being the case, we are not to hate anyone. Now, I need to add a little bit of a nuance to this. It doesn't mean that we don't have discernment and that we quite literally treat our friend and our enemy the same. No, no, no. This is sadly, again, one of those caricatured stereotypes that arises more from a new-aged, inauthentic, fraudulent understanding of spirituality. That is that, oh, the person who is my benefactor and just wants to give me gifts, and this person who's coming after me full force with a knife right now, oh, I should treat them the same. No, any yogi, any true sage, any true rishi from the past, and I have to say the past, meaning when things were more authentic, would think you were insane if you said such a thing. We understand that indeed God is present with both people, but we also understand that one person is in less illusion, one person is in more illusion. Thus, we use that discriminative and discernment ability to operate safely in the world. And we avoid that person who's running at me full force with a knife. I'm not going to just sit here claiming I'm spiritual and, oh, yes, oh, go ahead, feel free to kill me. That's not a spiritual person. That's a fool. That's a fool. And the Vedic scriptures say so. So let's go on to our very last verse that is here that we're going to speak about. And this is verse 7 of the Isha Upanishad. For the person who always sees all living beings existing in such unity with the Lord, what illusion or sorrow can he know? So beautiful way to end this nice section of the Isha Upanishad of these 4 verses. Very beautiful way. So what this verse is explaining is, all right, first, the first 2 verses explain what is the nature of God. The 3rd verse, that is Isha Upanishad 6, the 3rd verse that we looked at today, explains how with that knowledge in hand, what should a wise person act like? What should a wise person understand? How should a wise person behave? And now this last verse is explaining, so what is the result of A, understanding what is the nature of God, B, acting accordingly, what happens? What is the end result? Well, again, let's go through this. For the person who always sees all living beings existing in such unity with the Lord. In other words, for that person who is a true yogi, for that person who is a person who has true spiritual vision, who understands what was said above in the previous verses. That is, that God is present within all things, that God transcends materiality, that God is the source of all reality, that God is immanent within all reality. That being the case, whatever being you look at, God is there. Not that that person is God, but God is also present with that person, accompanying that Atman. This may be a nasty person, this may be a nice person. God is still there. Having this understanding, so in other words, seeing that all living beings are existing in such unity with the Lord, with God, what is the result? What illusion or sorrow can he know? In other words, if we have this divine vision, if we see reality in this way as connected, and connected due to God being there in all things and in all people, when we have this divine vision, God consciousness, Krishna consciousness, then what happens is we have no illusion and we have no sorrow. We transcend both of these things. We transcend illusion. So in other words, we have proper, certainly philosophical understanding, but more than this, experiential understanding of what is the nature of reality, who am I, who are these other beings, what is materiality itself, and what is the nature of God. We have a full understanding of all these things, both intellectually but also experientially. That's the first thing. But then, consequentially, as a result of that, our sorrow ceases. Let that sink in for just a moment, that last sentence that I just said. What sorrow can such a person know? Our sorrow ceases. In other words, our sufferings in this world come to an end. And for those individuals who have been in this world long enough and or who have enough humility and wisdom to be truly honest about what is the nature of this world, again, New Age, foolish individuals aside, what the Buddha said and what the scriptures say, the Vedic scriptures, and what all the sages of the past have said. No, this is not a realm of light and laughter. It is a realm of sorrow. This is a place of suffering. This was the first teaching of the Buddha. This is a place of suffering. And with periodic, let's say, periodic little times in which we're not suffering. But otherwise, this is a realm of suffering in so many ways. Physical suffering. So many individuals who we all know suffer from something or another. They have some physical ailment, or they have pain in their life. They have pains that are just there, that just don't go away, and doctors can't help them. Or they have some illness, or they have cancer, etc., etc. Or they're in poverty. Or shall I list how many sufferings there are? Just physically. But then how many people are experiencing sadness, are experiencing depression, are experiencing hopelessness, are experiencing a sense of meaninglessness due to the nihilism that has become central to our materialistic culture today? You see, when you don't believe in God, when you don't believe in spirituality, you have nothing. I've said this before. The atheists have lied to you. They've tried to tell you that, oh, there is an alternative to spirituality. If you reject spirituality, you'll have the realm that we offer you, a Stalinist, totalitarian, dictatorial hell. The truth is, if you don't have spirituality, you have nothing. If you don't have God, it's not that you have some alternative. You have nothing. So as a result, what we have seen is so many people are suffering internally, in their minds, in their hearts, emotionally, etc. Now, all that, what I've just said, all that being said, now understand this. Your suffering will come to an end, according to this verse. If you indeed have this understanding of what was explained in these 4 verses that we went through today, if you understand the nature of God, the nature of this world, the nature of others, the nature of your relationship with God, and all these things, that God is ever present with us, etc. If you have a full understanding and experience of this, your suffering will come to an end. And it's for this reason that, for myself, especially having an extremely good understanding of how much suffering there is out there in this world today, this is why I can tell people, if you wish your suffering to end, then follow this path of Sanatana Dharma. No, not because this sect is better than other sects. No. Follow Dharma, meaning follow those laws of nature that have God as their source and that are designed to bring us to full happiness, to full joy, to full health. Follow the natural way that was instituted by God in such a way that we will transcend illusion, we will transcend ignorance, and thus, in this way, having surrendered our lives at the feet of God, all of our suffering will end. There is one and only one solution to ending the suffering in this world, and that is Dharma. That is surrendering our lives in humility at the feet of God, who is our source and who is the source of all good. Namaste Acharyaji. Sometimes during dreams, I chant Narayana. This causes amazing things to happen within the dream. Is this because the dream state is closer to the Atman than the waking state? Very nice. Excellent question, actually. And of course, we know that yogically, and this is explained in the Upanishads specifically, which is where yoga is derived. Many people are not aware of this, but the entire yoga system is actually found primarily not in, let's say, the Yoga Sutras. That's secondary. It's found primarily in the Upanishads. And in the Upanishads, it's explained that there are, let's say, 4 states of awareness. There's the waking state, there's dreaming state, there is sleeping without dreaming, and then ultimately there is what is called turiya, and that is the state beyond all those 3 states, i.e. pure consciousness. So this being the case, as you go deeper into those 4 states, indeed, you get closer to what is actually Atman, to what is actually consciousness. So this is why anything that is done on the so-called dream state, and the reason why I say so-called, because it's really the astral state. It's how most beings have the ability in a very quick and cheap way to access the astral realm, because who doesn't dream? You know, everyone dreams, but really we're operating in the astral realm when we do dream. This being the case, when we are indeed in that astral realm, we are then in a realm, in a state in which indeed physicality is gone. That being the case, we are not encumbered by physicality, so thus indeed we have easier access to the spiritual. So this being the case, indeed, when in dream state we can do anything that is spiritual, it is more powerful. And let me explain this in a different way. When in astral form we can do anything spiritual, it is indeed more powerful. So yes, I hope that answers the question. Alexander Phillips asks an excellent question here. And let me read this. How can Neo-Vedanta and Advaita ignore the personality of God when it's clearly shown throughout the entirety of the Vedas and Upanishads that the divine is sentient? Do they simply ignore Scripture? Yes, they do. Yes, indeed they do. It's very unfortunate. This is why, you know, it's a very unfortunate thing. In the Western world, there's only been an understanding of, let's say, Vedic things in the West, and I'm excluding antiquity. In antiquity, people like Ammonius Saccus, like Plotinus, like Plato. Oh, these people understood Vedic philosophy quite well, actually. Ammonius Saccus was someone who, in fact, traveled to India, studied Vedanta very deeply. So I'm talking about, let's say, roughly in the last 2,000 years. In those 2,000 years, it's only been really in the last roughly 250 years that Westerners have had any sort of contact with the Vedic scriptures, Vedic philosophy, etc. And of course, what is it that Westerners just grabbed onto immediately? It was the most simplistic philosophy of all, what we call Advaita. And I'm sorry to those out there who think Advaita is impressive. You haven't studied the rest of Vedantic philosophy. I have. And I can assure you, you would scarcely understand how deeply. I've studied all of the commentaries that are extant on Vedanta. And Advaita Vedanta is, again, the most simplistic of all the schools. So thus, it was the one that, of course, was immediately grabbed onto. So it's unfortunate that Westerners, especially when they think of Vedanta, almost exclusively, they think all Vedanta is Advaita Vedanta, and that Advaita is a very advanced philosophical system. It's been understood historically by the various philosophical schools of Sanatana Dharma that Advaita is actually an inferior philosophical school. And this is one of the reasons why, is because indeed many of the basic tenets, many of the basic propositional principles of Advaita are not upheld by the Vedic scriptures. Now, a New Age person who really doesn't understand anything will come out of the woodwork and say, well, but so what? So what if it's not found in the Vedic scriptures? So what? For a real Advaitin, that's a big deal. for real Advaitin, because a true Advaitin is a Vaidika. In other words, a true Advaitin, including Shankaracharya, including Gaudapada, who was the guru of Shankara, they will make the statement emphatically that if it is not in the Vedas, it does not exist. If it is not sourced in the Vedas, it is not true. So a real Advaitin, a true Advaitin, will on the one hand say, oh yes, everything must be based upon the Vedic scriptures. And yet philosophically, unfortunately, the Advaita school is not. Because again, yes, you can look at pretty much any Vedic scripture in existence, and it points to the personality of God. The personality of God, the personality of God, that God is indeed a person, and more, that we are not God. Just in this live stream, in these live stream sessions alone, I've lost track of how many verses we have looked at from the Vedic scriptures that make it clear that we are not God, that we are not on the same level as God. So indeed, Advaita is not based upon the Vedic scriptures. Whenever they find something speaking about how we are indeed ontologically distinct from God, they ignore it. Or they explain it away. Oh, we don't quite understand what that scripture is saying, and let's just ignore it. So yes, sadly, Advaita is not a school of thought that represents the essence of the Vedas in any way. Rather, Vishishta Advaita is the school philosophically that expresses the very essence of the teachings of the Vedas. So I hope that answers that question. Even though it's a very short Upanishad, in theory, one could read this Upanishad in less than 5 minutes. I would not recommend doing that because the truth of the matter is each one of these verses is so deep, is so pregnant, so full of philosophical insight that it is truly an amazing work. So it's interesting. This is just kind of as an aside. At first, I was going to do this verse and then maybe two others for this class, but I realized that this verse actually we owe it a class just to itself. So this is the only verse we're going to be doing today. This is verse 8 of the Isha Upanishad, and this is how that verse goes. God fills all with his radiance. He is free of material body and invulnerable, omniscient, pure, and uncontaminated by evil. God is the supreme sage, all-knowing, immanent, yet transcendent. He situates all on their path to the eternal. So very nice, wonderful. Again, beautiful verse. In just reading this, you can probably already tell this is a very deep verse. There is a lot that is packed here in these few sentences. So as always, let us unpack this by just going right through the verse. First of all, the very first sentence. God fills all with his radiance. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful imagery. This is beautiful both symbolically, just as far as the very imagery itself, but then philosophically, this is saying something that is quite important. First of all, this explains part of what is the nature of God, but in addition to that, what is our relationship to God? That is, all of us who are living beings, who are what are called Atman, who are individual souls, individual units of consciousness, who, all of us, have God as our source. This explains what is the relationship between ourselves and God. So let's go through this a little bit. First of all, God fills all with his radiance, not the other way around. You see, again, I seemingly have to stress this ad infinitum, this teaching, core teaching of Sanatana Dharma, that so many individuals, even people who think they know something about Vedic spirituality, but they don't. Something that so many people get wrong. And that is so many people infected by New Ageism, infected by, unfortunately, neo-Advaita, neo-non-dualism, etc., have the silly notion that what the Vedic teachings actually teach is that, oh, we are all God. We are equal to God. God is just another us, etc. And what you've seen is again and again and again ad infinitum. We look at verses from the Vedic scriptures that contradict that idea, that say the opposite of this idea. So again, here is yet another one of these, even forget about the entire verse. This one sentence alone says it. God fills all with his radiance. See, not the other way around. We, living beings, have our existence due to the sustaining, not just power, but mercy, but grace of God. So thus what this verse is saying is that each of us, living beings, where do we find ourselves right now? Yes, we find ourselves in illusion. We find ourselves being fueled by ahankara, what is called ahankara in Sanskrit, false ego. And despite that fact, the vast majority of us, we really want to do good. We sometimes don't have the strength to do good. We sometimes don't have the wisdom to do good. We are often led astray and will do the wrong thing, will think the wrong thing, etc., etc. We are deluded very often by contrary messages to truth that are there around us. We are fooled sometimes by our own mind. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that the mind is our greatest friend and sometimes our greatest enemy, etc., etc. But the truth of the matter is that when you look beneath the surface of all living beings, again, whether on the surface they even seem like a good person, bad person, deeply in illusion, not so deeply in illusion, when you go to the core essence of that being, what do you find? You find Atman, you find consciousness. And more, again, what this verse is saying is that it is God himself who fills us with his radiance, thus, who fills us with what is good within us. When you begin the process of meditation, for example, and you begin to look within, and if you are a sincere and good person to begin with, what you begin to see are all of those wonderful, auspicious, eternal qualities that are there within. You start to feel yourself as this blissful being, this Atman that is there within. And you see that, yes, you have an innate wisdom, an innate goodness, etc., etc. All of this is sourced in God. All of this exists in us because primarily it exists in God. And it is God's gift to us that we have any auspicious attributes or qualities whatsoever. So thus, by saying God fills us with his radiance, this means certainly quite literally so that we are filled with the light of God. But that's somewhat impersonal. What does that mean, the light of God? I mean, does that mean that God is in there and he turns on the, the light switch and literally it's a light? Well, what it means is that which comes with light. That is, again, all these auspicious qualities. Any auspicious quality that we have, if we have beauty, if we have fame, if we have wisdom, if we have goodness, if we have, again, anything that is good, strength, bravery, courage, etc., we have this on loan from God. We have this because God has filled us with an infinitesimal little part of the power that he has. So thus, we are dependent upon God. That is what this verse is saying. God fills all with his radiance. Now let's go on. And this is speaking about the nature of God. I should have said that to begin with, but it's somewhat obvious. This is a verse that speaks upon divine ontology. That is, what is the actual nature of God? So this is one of these very important verses. I've said in the past, we have so many different sorts of philosophical verses in the Vedic scriptures, but those that are the most important are those verses that explain what is the actual nature of God. This is one of these verses. So let's go on. He is free of material body. Let's stop there before we even go to the rest of the sentence. He is free of material body. In other words, God is fully transcendent. God is not of the nature of materiality. God is the source of materiality, but God is not of the nature of materiality. God is never bound by anything. Why is this the case? This is the case because all things aside from God, all of the powers, all of the Shaktis, all of the energies of God are subservient to him. So thus, that which is subservient to God can never master God, can never bind God under its control. This is the case also with materiality. So thus, this is stated in a very, a very descriptive way, very specifically. He is free of material body, meaning really he is free of all materiality. Why? Because again, materiality is a servant of God, and the servant does not rule the master, ever. And this is especially the case with God. So thus, he is free of material body, he is transcendent, and invulnerable. Invulnerable. There is, again, nothing lesser than God that can assault God, that can threaten God, that can harm God, that can overcome, bind, etc. God. God is invulnerable. Now, what is meant by invulnerable? By invulnerable, it means just that. Not, oh, God is really strong. God is very strong. God is stronger than most. Not even God is stronger than all. God is invulnerable, meaning there is quite literally nothing and no one in any existence, perceivable or conceivable, either materially or spiritually, who is more powerful than God. So again, to hearken back to this, this is why Advaita is not based on the scriptures. You are not God. Let me repeat this. And I'm talking to you. You are not God because you're vulnerable. So am I. We are all vulnerable. God is not. God also is not vulnerable to illusion. You are. You're in illusion right now as you're sitting here watching me. I'm speaking to the Advaitin. You are in illusion. You are not God. God is invulnerable to illusion. God is God. Let's go on. Omniscient. God is all-knowing. There is nothing, there is no knowledge that is outside of the scope of God's understanding. This is what is meant by omniscient. There is quite literally nothing that God does not know. You, with a million calculators, cannot calculate how many facts there are in existence, big and small. But if somehow you could, God's knowledge is beyond every single fact in existence. And more, God's knowledge is not merely factual, but God's knowledge is of the nature of the eternal, is something that transcends time and causality. It is a knowledge that transcends space. It is a knowledge that transcends all things. So thus, God is omniscient. There is nothing that is beyond the purview of God's knowledge. God is pure and uncontaminated by evil. We'll talk about these conjointly because they're very related, actually. First of all, God is pure. What is meant by this? What this means is that, again, there is nothing that is outside of the scope of God's own being that affects God's own being. Let me repeat that. There is nothing that is outside of the scope of God's own being that can affect God's own being, unless God wills it to be the case, of course. That's different. But otherwise, there's nothing that can force itself upon God. And there's nothing lesser than God, nothing that is, i.e., contaminated, nothing that is imperfect, nothing that is impure, nothing that is sinful, nothing that is evil, etc., that can ever assault God. God is the very source of all purity. Now, for some individuals, unfortunately, who have had a negative relationship with religion, let's say, some people will think that, well, we're making a puritanical statement about God. No, this is not a puritanical statement. It's a statement that is speaking about qualitative purity. And you see, all beings seek qualitative purity. This is the hypocrisy of such people who would have a difficulty with this idea that, oh, well, what do you mean by pure? How is God pure? Isn't that some puritanical sort of... No. We all seek purity. Thus, why is it that some people, if you're given the choice, and if you can afford to buy organic versus inorganic food, if you're intelligent, you'll get the organic food. Why is it that if you have the choice to drink water that is what? Pure versus contaminated, unless there is something wrong with you, you will choose the pure. And I can give a million other examples. We all seek the pure Why? Because we know the pure is better, because we know the pure is of the nature of health, is of the nature of the real. This is why we seek, again, organic. This is why we seek pure water, because it is of the nature of what water is meant to be in its natural state. We don't seek contaminated water, do we? So, understanding these examples, this is what is meant by God is pure. Envision the purest of all beings, the purest of all things, infinitely beyond organic food, or pure water, or pure air. Imagine pure soul. And the purest of souls, that is God. And more, God is uncontaminated by evil. Again, this is somewhat conjoined with the notion of purity, but now also bringing in the idea of what is the ontological, really abhava, you could almost say, to make this almost too philosophical, the non-ontological status of evil, that is, evil as non-thing. Still, the idea is that God is not contaminated by this thing. And what I mean by the abhava, the non-existence of evil, evil is something that only exists within the material realm, and it exists only due to the factor of illusion. So for God, God is uncontaminated by anything that is evil, because God never falls within the illusion. God never falls within the material realm. God never falls under that which is lesser than God. So thus, unlike us, God is not contaminated ever by evil, by illusion, by pain, by suffering, etc. So thus, again, to emphasize this, Advaita is wrong. You are not God. Because human beings have fallen under evil, under pain, under illusion, etc. Let's go on. Now, this part is very beautiful, and in fact, this is what we decided to name this lecture upon. God is the supreme sage. God is the supreme sage. Now, what exactly is meant by this? We know that the way that we approach truth is not by our own egotistical attempt to scale the mountain of philosophical certainty. It's not just by our own power alone. This is not how we know truth, not by our own speculation, not by thinking that I'm smarter than other people, so even though they're dumb, they can't really approach truth. Well, I'm different, etc. This is not how we approach truth. This is not how we know that which is actual eternal reality. Rather, the way that we know truth, and this is the tradition not only in Sanatana Dharma, the Vedic tradition, this is true for all of the legitimate spiritual paths of the past. The way that we know truth is we approach somebody who knows truth. The way that we know what is the nature of myself, the nature of this world, the nature of God, what are we to do to know God? How are we to act in this world in such a way that we spiritually elevate ourselves rather than degrade ourselves? And a million other philosophical questions. The way we have these questions answered is we go to an authority. And an authority, not just meaning that there's some person sitting in a big chair claiming to be an authority, a proven authority, an individual or place where it has shown its purity. So thus we go to the Vedic scriptures. So thus we go to the true guru, not the New Age concept of guru, not a fraudulent guru, not some modern person who claims to be a guru and they just want to make money. No, we go to an individual who has shown that they themselves have grasped the truth. So thus they have the ability to impart that truth unto us. That is the guru. Now, all that being said, interestingly, here it is said God is the supreme sage. In other words, God ultimately is the primary source of all knowledge. And I've talked about this before. This is also how you know whether an individual who claims that, oh yes, I am a guru, I'm a spiritual teacher, I'm a this, I'm a that, I am an individual who is claiming that I have the ability to impart truth unto you. This is one way in which you can know whether what they're saying is true or not. They need to source their information ultimately to God via what is called parampara. That is their disciplic succession. their school going back, but to where? 100 years? 500 years? 1,000 years? No, it must go all the way back to God. God is the first guru. God is the first individual who imparts truth within the material realm. So God is the supreme sage, which makes sense. Who knows better about God than God? So thus, this is why in instance after instance after instance, we find God fulfilling so many roles throughout the Vedic scriptures. But one of these roles, interestingly, is that of guru. We see that God himself will teach. And when God teaches, it's not like anyone else teaching. When God opens his mouth and utters truth, we better listen. If we're sincere, if we're for real, if we're not just faking it, as sadly so many even so-called spiritual people are, as we know, if we are for real, when God speaks, at that point we do not speak. At that point we remain silent and we listen with absolute humility and in namaskarams, and we listen to what God says. So thus, again, there are many instances of this. Bhagavad Gita is one, where God himself in the form of Krishna is speaking in the form of a guru. He is Adi Guru, he is the first guru, and he's speaking. And then we have Uddhava Gita in the Srimad Bhagavatam, where again, Krishna is speaking. And then we have Rama in the Ramayana, who many, many times will speak, will utter spiritual teachings. And when we encounter those, we are to listen. Narayana Rishi is another avatar of God in the form of two individuals, Nara and Narayana. And they teach, and they teach, and they teach. And these two individuals have been here for multiple tens of thousands of years. They still live in the Himalayas and they still teach. So thus God is the first of gurus. God is that source of information that is the purest. And where, if God says something to us, we can know that it's perfect. We don't have to doubt. So God is the supreme sage, all-knowing. Well, that's self-explanatory. God is omniscient. God is knowing all things. But of course, why is it that after saying God is the supreme sage, why then is this the next thing that is said? Well, God is the supreme sage, and his qualification for this is, first of all, that he is God, but also that he is all-knowing. So in other words, again, when God speaks, this isn't just anyone speaking. This is someone who knows quite literally everything. And we go on. Immanent yet transcendent. So again, this idea of panentheism that I have been speaking about quite a few times with this Isha Upanishad series, where the idea is that God transcends all materiality and yet is immanent, is here, present within all things, within all people. And indeed, it's God's very presence itself that sustains the existence of all individual things and all things grouped together. So this is what this is saying, that some traditions believe that God is fully transcendent and transcendent alone. That is, that God is so far away from us, that God is unreachable. Others, pantheists, not panentheists, but pantheists, several other schools of thought as well, believe that God is not transcendent, that there is nothing transcendent, but yet the divine, let's say, to make it more impersonal, is immanent within all things, that all things themselves are divine, but there is nothing that transcends this material world. So you have two, let's say, radically opposed schools of thought. The truth of the matter is God is both. God transcends materiality, yet it is his presence within materiality, which is his creation, that gives reality its sustenance. And let's go on. He situates all on their path to the eternal. So those individuals, who are these people who they are all on their path to the eternal? These are the yogis, these are rishis, these are sages, but more. They're not just these very high beings. They're anyone who, again, with sincerity and humility, embarks upon the path of spirituality. So what is this saying? It is God's grace that sustains us as we are growing on the path of spirituality. And again, whether we began our journey a month ago, whether we have been on this journey for 45 years, whether we have been on this journey beginning, quite literally just starting in this lifetime, or whether we have been in this journey for 3, 4 lifetimes, however many lifetimes. It is God who sustains us. It is God who, as a consequential result of our sincerity, our humility, our devotion, our yearning, and we need yearning to know truth. As a result of all, it is as a result of all that that God then sustains us in our path to knowing God, to knowing the eternal. Oh, okay, this is interesting. If achieving enlightenment is impossible in this lifetime, how do we not get disillusioned? Well, first of all, let me dispel something that is not quite accurate. It is possible to achieve enlightenment in this lifetime, actually. It's not guaranteed, but it is indeed possible. So this is how we don't get disillusioned, is that we understand that it is indeed possible, actually. In fact, the Vedic scriptures again and again make this quite clear, that if a person very sincerely, again, wants to have enlightenment, that is, they want to know themselves, they want to have what technically is called atmajnana. They want to have self-realization, but then they also want to have Brahma Vidya. They want to have God consciousness. If that is your goal, and your goal is to achieve this in this lifetime, it can be achieved. Indeed, it is absolutely radically dependent upon who you are as a person and your qualities. It depends on your sincerity. It depends on your humility. It depends on your devotion to truth, your devotion to Dharma, your devotion to God. It depends also on your yearning. In other words, this is one of the factors that determines whether a person will achieve enlightenment in this lifetime or not. What are you willing to do? Let me state this bluntly. What are you willing to do? How sincere are you willing to be? How much work are you willing to put in? How much sadhana? How much sincerity are you willing to exhibit? In other words, the reason why one person will achieve enlightenment in this lifetime and another person will not, and then a third person will make, a little bit of progress, another person will make, a lot of progress, but they don't quite make it there, etc. All this diversity that you see. It is all dependent on what are you willing to actually act upon spiritually. Is spirituality just something that's just kind of an armchair exercise where, for most people today, unfortunately, a lot of things just tend to be very theoretical. This is the nature of the internet age. Everything is just ideas, ideas, ideas. Let's just bounce ideas off of each other all throughout the planet. No, the way that we make progress spiritually, and if we truly want to achieve enlightenment in this lifetime, what we need to do is to do. What we need to do is to do. We begin, yes, by acquiring knowledge, and real knowledge. Of course, that's always the beginning. We begin by reading the Vedic scriptures. We begin by sitting at the feet of true masters and learning from them, and then eventually taking initiation from an authentic guru. But ultimately, it comes to the point where once we have had that knowledge, then we need to do. We need to practice. And the more that we are willing to put into our desire to know God by actual action, that will determine whether we indeed have enlightenment in this lifetime. But please don't be discouraged. Whoever told you that it's not possible to achieve enlightenment in this lifetime, no, that's not true, actually. It really does depend on the person and those factors that I mentioned. Be sincere. Have humility. When you have humility, humility is the opposite of what has kept you bound. What has kept you bound? It's ego, false ego, illusion. Humility is the opposite of that. Ego says, I am the center of everything, me. It's my will, what I desire. That's it. You become kind of piggish. You become overly prideful in a negative sort of way. That's ego. Humility is the opposite. Humility means, very simply, understanding your situation and your station in life. And understanding, I'm pretty smart, but no, I'm not all-knowing. I need help. I need help. That's humility. and that I should surrender to God. I'm not better than God. God's not my enemy. God is not some dictatorial tyrant in the sky just kind of hurling thunderbolts at me. God is instead my best friend who loves me deeper than I can ever conceive. That is God. And understanding that is who I surrender to. That is who I surrender to. When you have these qualities, and again, a yearning, in other words, being on fire to know God, to know truth, to perfect yourself, you can have enlightenment in this lifetime. So please don't be discouraged. Please don't be discouraged ever. What we're going to be doing today is looking at what is one of really the most important themes of all of the Upanishads. We're going to look at 3 verses that talk about what is the nature of jnana, what is called jnana in Sanskrit. What is the nature of knowledge? Knowledge itself, but then ultimately true knowledge in the form of wisdom. And again, the theme that we'll be looking at, which I'll talk about more in depth as soon as we get into these verses, the theme that we're going to be looking at with these 3 verses is, in fact, one of the most important themes that we find throughout the Upanishads, and that is the tension that has been there throughout the duration of the Kali Yuga. There has been, interestingly, a tension within Vedic religion, the Vedic tradition. And, this is something that I speak very openly about, that some people, mostly scholars, know about historically. But it is a tension that has existed between essentially 2 different, let's say, realms of concern when it comes to the Vedic religion. And that is, on the one hand, what sometimes is called mimamsa, that is the idea of ritualism, the idea of religiosity in the more formal, rigid sort of sense, on the one hand. On the other hand, there is the path of actual practiced spiritual pursuit, what is sometimes called the yoga tradition, the Vedanta tradition, etc. That is the actual practicing of sadhana in order to know God. Interestingly, we find this distinction in many of the religions of the world, but we also find this in Vedic spirituality as well. And interestingly, much of the Upanishads, if we read through the Upanishads, we will see that a lot of the Upanishads is indeed a discussion of these 2 somewhat, they don't have to be, but somewhat conflicting, let's say, paths. That is the overtly priestly path versus the yogic path. And again, that's what we're going to be seeing here, just a little taste of in this Upanishad and these 3 verses that we're going to be looking at. Those who are devoted solely to the path of ritual action fall into deep darkness. Those who engage only in the path of speculative knowledge fall into even deeper darkness still. Now, these 3 verses that we're going to go through are quite well-known verses in what is a quite well-known Upanishad. But at the same time, if you read these verses just on the surface level, they can seem a little bit puzzling. Because what is this verse saying? 2 parts, really. The first part is somewhat easy to understand. Again, there is that tension that I mentioned that you find all the time in many different religions and historically within the Kali Yuga, especially. And that is this tension between individuals who foster a sort of religiosity that is exclusively ritually based, that is very rigid, very dogmatic, and in many cases, actually quite materialistic. It is possible to be a materialistic, quote unquote, religious person if your goal is not necessarily to know God, but to just elevate yourself, almost selfishly, but using religion. So we see this on the one hand, but then on the other hand, we see what is the actual message of the Upanishads. Oh, and the Upanishads make this very clear that that first path is indeed not a good one. It is not a good path that should be followed in and of itself for its own sake. Ritual for the sake of ritual is not good. But then there's this second path, and that is the yogic path. This is the path of the Upanishads, sometimes called yoga, sometimes Vedanta. You hear both terms within the context of all the Upanishads, actually. The Upanishads are both yogic texts, that is, all throughout the Upanishads. There is tremendous discussion of yoga, yoga, yoga. And of course, we're not talking about headstands. You know, I think anyone with even slightly more than the most rudimentary understanding of yoga understands that. We're not talking about headstands. What we're talking about is yoga as a systematic path for knowing oneself, self-realization, and for knowing God, God realization. So we find the discussion of yoga specifically all throughout the Upanishadic texts. Indeed, I'm one of the first, or maybe only people who has said this, that yoga itself is traced specifically to the Upanishads. Yoga is the fruit of the Upanishads, very specifically. And this is where we get all of the most important teachings of yoga. And it's always fascinating to me that so few people know this. The yoga that I teach, that the ISDS teaches, is 100% based upon the Upanishads. But that's the first thing. Also, what we find in the Upanishads is, again, Vedanta. That is the very culmination of wisdom, the very culmination of the teachings of the Vedas. That is how to know God. So both self-realization and God realization are found there in the Upanishads. Now, with that understanding, let's go through this just a little bit. Those who are devoted solely to the path of ritual action fall into deep darkness. So again, those individuals who their only concern when it comes to religion and spirituality is indeed ritual for ritual's sake. Now, it's important to understand this. You see, it's unfortunate that in our day and age today, nuance is something that is foreign to most people. Everything tends to be black and white, black and white, black and white, without this understanding of nuance. So, in other words, is all ritual bad? No, of course not. Ritual, in fact, you've heard me say this in several of my videos in the past. No, ritual is important. We believe in ritual. We do ritual. We have very little patience for individuals who talk about ritualism and how ritual is meaningless, etc., etc. No, it's not meaningless. It has meaning. It has its place. However, this is the thing that's of importance. Ritual, with the proper understanding of ritual as a type of active meditation, as a type of active conscious worship and expressing of devotion toward God, that is good. This is a good thing. Ritual done with devotion. But again, empty ritual, which is what is being spoken of here, the path of ritual action, meaning empty ritual, ritual done for its own sake, one could say almost superstitiously. I'm doing this ritual. Why am I doing this ritual? I don't know. I just know I'm supposed to do it. See, that is what is being spoken of here. That sort of mentality when it comes to ritual. So those who are devoted solely to the path of ritual action fall into deep darkness. Now, what is meant by this? What is meant by deep darkness? Deep darkness? Oh, meaning that they go to some sort of hellish realms? No, of course not. What is meant by deep darkness is precisely this, what I'm about to explain. What is the opposite of deep darkness? It's deep light. In other words, it is truly having jnana. It is truly having a deep understanding of wisdom, of dharma, of ourselves, and of God. So what is meant by deep darkness is the opposite of that. In other words, if an individual devotes themselves merely to empty ritual without any idea of devotion to God or wanting to grow spiritually ourselves, then we don't gain knowledge. We don't gain jnana. So this is what is meant by this. But now let's go to the second verse, and this second sentence, I should say. This second sentence is fascinating, because what is it saying? On a cursory glance of this, it would be very confusing, but I'll of course explain it. Those who engage solely in the path of speculative knowledge fall into even deeper darkness still. So now, what's being said in this verse? Those individuals, and I translated this quite accurately, actually. I translated this explaining both the philosophical mood and content, but also trying to be as literal and faithful to the actual Sanskrit as possible. Those who solely engage in the path of what? Wisdom? No. Speculative knowledge. In other words, what this is describing are individuals who are what today, in modern parlance, we would call intellectuals. That is, individuals who live within their mind, who speculate, who are truly arrogant and full of themselves, thinking that they're junior philosophers, and who have this idea that they can quite literally think their way to God. That the person with the biggest brain, the person with the best logic, the person with the fastest mind, etc., that person will, quote unquote, win God. This is the sort of individual who is being spoken of here. And again, this Upanishad is quite clear about this. So those who engage solely in the path of speculative knowledge, they are in even a worse position, according to this verse of the Isha Upanishad, because they fall into an even deeper darkness than the individual who is just engaged in ritual. Now, why is this the case? A person can ask, doesn't it make sense for especially most of the denizens of 2021 who live on the internet and who think that intellectualism is actually something of importance? This coming from a person with a PhD. Well, what does this mean exactly? Well, again, the path of speculative knowledge is something that's extremely dangerous for quite a few reasons. First of all, it doesn't actually lead you anywhere if it is indeed ego-driven speculative knowledge, as opposed to a humble inquiry into the nature of the absolute. That's the first thing that's of importance, is that this sort of path basically just builds the ego. It grows the ego rather than doing the opposite. And the truth of the matter is, if it is a matter of engaging in actual religious action, activity, versus simply sitting and thinking and thinking and thinking deep philosophical thoughts, but going nowhere, and more importantly, doing nothing with those thoughts, action is better. Action is better than, again, simply fruitless thought. And again, this does not come from just anyone. Again, I have a PhD. I'm not an uneducated individual. A person can indeed use their intellectual capacity. They can use their logical capacity. They can use their reason, etc., in order to, with humility, with sincerity, inquire into what is the nature of reality. But they don't have to surrender to their own intellect. When you surrender to your own intellect, rather than using your intellect to discover philosophically who is that being to whom you should surrender, you see, this is the difficulty. That when you surrender to your own intellect, then really what you're doing is you are simply watering that plant of ego, and you're just encouraging that ego to grow and grow and grow. Better to be an innocent person, better to be a more humble person, and engage in actual action, engage in actual ritual, or whatever the religious activity is. Because at least in that way, you're not necessarily just building your ego, growing your ego. Now, all this being said, of course, this begs the question, what then is the right path? What then is the right path? If we're not meant to engage merely in ritual action for its own sake, or in speculative knowledge for its own sake, what are we meant to do? Well, what we're meant to do is, in a positive way, a proper and healthy balance of both. In other words, again, Sanatana Dharma is the most philosophically advanced system upon the face of the earth, bar none. And I don't say that lightly. This is not a boast. This is truth from someone who has studied pretty much every philosophical system on the face of the earth. Sanatana Dharma is the most advanced philosophical system upon the face of the earth. We are indeed meant to engage our intellect, to engage our reason, in order to, again, with humility, with sincerity, with devotion, we are meant to inquire into, yes, who am I? What is the nature of this world around me? What is the nature of God? What am I meant to do now with all this knowledge? What does it mean to be ethical, to be virtuous? What practices now do I practice in order to perfect myself, in order to know God, etc.? We are meant to use our intellect on the one hand. On the other hand, we are also meant to couple our philosophical certainty then with action, then with doing, then with sadhana, with actual spiritual practice that is meant to help us to advance spiritually, and really in every way. In every way. So that is really what we are meant to do, is a healthy balance of action and knowledge. Action and knowledge together. Now, all that being said, let's go on to the next verse, which is Isha Upanishad, verse 10. There is one result that is derived from spiritual knowledge, and a different result that is derived from knowledge of ritual action. We have heard this from the wise sages who have taught this truth to us. So very nice. And as we can see, this is a continuation of what was said in the previous verse, in verse 9. So there is one result that is derived from spiritual knowledge and a different that is derived from ritual action. In other words, what this is saying is that these are indeed two separate paths. So the first, that is spiritual knowledge, being again what I mentioned previously, yoga, Vedanta, etc., the actual teachings of the Vedic scriptures, of the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, etc. But then this second path, that is ritual action, it does indeed bear fruit. It does indeed bear a form of knowledge, but it's a very different form of knowledge. Now, let's talk a little bit about precisely what is the difference between these two. The difference basically is this, that the knowledge that is derived from ritual action tends to be knowledge about the world. And when I say the world, I mean certainly this Earth planet, the world around us, the practical world, but then also really the cosmos itself. One reason why in ancient times individuals engaged in ritual action was indeed, interestingly, to elevate themselves within the material cosmos. That is, with many of these people, their goal was not necessarily to know God, but to become gods themselves. And we have, of course, heard that even in modern times. There are many individuals who very foolishly, rather than wanting to know that being who is the source, who is the origin, who is the sustaining factor of even the gods themselves, that is, rather than knowing God, they themselves want to become a god. Well, this is a religious path. It is a spiritual path. It's a path that has existed from time immemorial. And this is what is being spoken of here as far as knowledge, as far as the result of the knowledge of ritual action. The result of such knowledge is that one will indeed learn how to elevate himself, but again, still within the context of materiality. If you can imagine that in our given universe, there are realms that are higher than the earth realm, where yes, there are beings who are gods, and we do indeed have the ability to join these beings if we do the right sort of ritual, the right sort of karmas or actions, etc. So this is what's being spoken of in this latter section of this sentence. That's one form of knowledge. But then there's a different form of knowledge that is derived from, or a different sort of result that is derived from spiritual knowledge. Now, what is meant by spiritual knowledge? That is what we speak about every single week here on this channel. That is actual spiritual knowledge. Knowing, like I said before, what is my truth self, what is God, how do I know God, etc. The result of deriving this knowledge is that we have the ability to do something infinitely greater than even becoming a god. Because you see, those individuals for whom their idea is to simply become a god, to become yet another bright star in the sky, as some people would state it. What these people forget is that the gods too eventually die. That's something that's interesting that today a lot of people are not aware of, yet the ancients knew. The ancients understood this, that, oh, we are to respect the gods. Oh, the gods are pious beings who, as a result of living virtuous lives, they became gods. And yes, they live for a very long time. They can live for even millions of years, even longer in some cases, actually. But eventually they die. And again, the ancients understood this. Today, again, people unfortunately have forgotten this. Well, this is not really the goal of a wise person. It's simply to become, let's say, a more powerful, a more advanced form of what we already are. That is, a being in ignorance. Because even the gods are not all knowing, and they make mistakes as well. But rather, the ultimate goal is to go beyond even the realm of the temporary gods who exist within our material universe, and to truly know the transcendent, to truly know God, that being who is the source of everything, including even the lesser gods. So this is indeed the different result that we gain from spiritual knowledge versus simply ritual action. And then finally, with this last sentence of this verse, we have heard this from the wise sages who taught this truth to us. Now, this one little sentence, which seems almost like a throwaway sentence that a person could just very quickly read and say, oh, nice, and then go on to the next verse. This sentence is crucial, actually, for any individual who wishes to know truth. This sentence is crucial. And why is that the case? It's because this is what I call an epistemological sentence. That is, this is a sentence that reveals to us what we are to do in order to derive authentic knowledge, valid truth. And what is that path? To hear truth from the wise sages. This is how we know truth. And interestingly, even the writer of this Upanishad states this with humility. You see, let me just say this as a little caveat. Always be suspicious, always be doubtful of those individuals who claim that they are spiritual teachers in any way whatsoever, of any form, of any path, and they claim that they're giving you truth, but they themselves don't have the humility to say, and to say repeatedly, and to make it clear, oh, what I'm teaching you, I learned from people greater than myself. Always be suspicious of individuals who do not have the humility to say that. Because if they claim that, oh yes, this knowledge I'm giving to you from my own enlightenment, it came to me, and I have no other source for this knowledge. No one taught this to me, but yet I'm teaching it to you. No, that's someone who you have to not only be suspicious of, that's someone who it can be guaranteed that is someone who is a fraud and who is a cheater, and someone who wants to harm you spiritually and not help you spiritually. Rather, a true spiritual teacher makes it very clear that the knowledge that they are imparting unto you is knowledge that they themselves derived from higher authorities, from their gurus, from other sages, from the Vedic scriptures, etc., etc., etc. And here we have a beautiful instance of this, where it is being said, we have heard this from the wise sages who taught this truth to us. So thus, this is the way that we derive knowledge, not speculative endeavor, because trust me, your intelligence is too small. My intelligence is too small. You could find a person with a dozen PhDs. Their intelligence is too small to approach that which is the infinite and to understand that infinite perfectly. More, they're using the wrong medium in order to understand. They're using the wrong tool in order to understand that which is trans-intellectual to begin with. God is beyond intellect. God is the author of intellect. God created the intellect and the intellectual itself. So this is why we derive truth humbly with humility from higher sources. Now let's go on to the last verse that we're going to do today. And this is verse 11 of the Isha Upanishad. And this is a very interesting one. This is actually a very well-known verse. The person who knows both the processes of spiritual knowledge and that of material knowledge together has the ability to transcend the influence of death and experience the full joys of immortality. Very nice. Wonderful. This is actually a very well-known verse. Vidya and avidya are the terms that are used here. That is both spiritual and material knowledge. So let's dive into this verse a little bit, because this is an important verse, especially in general. At all times, this verse is of importance, regardless of the era. But interestingly, especially for people today, where we are indeed living in a very unsacred time. We are living in a radically secular age, in which, at best, if we're lucky, if we're fortunate, we are living in a culture, in a realm, in a place where we have kind of a mixture of the spiritual, let's say, of the sacred and the profane. If we're lucky. For most people, sadly, it tends to be mostly profane, mostly the secular, mostly materialism versus spirituality. But this is where we find ourselves today, is in a world where we are spiritual people. Otherwise, most likely you would not be here. I'm sure there are one or two individuals who are just here out of curiosity, and maybe you don't have any real interest in spirituality at all. But for the most part, the vast majority of you who are watching this here now, you are spiritual individuals living within the context of a radically secular and materialistic society. So it is especially for that reason that we need to pay attention to this verse here. So let me go through this. The person who knows both the processes of spiritual and material knowledge together. Now, let's talk about this and what this verse is saying. Interestingly, what this verse is trying to explain is that for an individual who wishes to advance themselves optimally, maximally, to the furthest degree, with the most efficiency, in the quickest way, in the best way, the most holistic way, etc., that individual who wants to make true advancement, both materially and spiritually, needs to have knowledge of both. And this is true especially today, interestingly. You know, I've said this many, many times. If you go to either of these extremes, interestingly, it's not good. You know, I mean, being too materialistic, well, that's a given. That's obviously a bad thing. Again, for any of you who are here on my channel, you understand why. An individual who is purely materialistic is a person who is akin to a beast, who is akin to an animal, you know, who is akin to a person who may be able to have verbal discourse, may be able to walk on two legs, etc. But if they have zero spiritual inkling to them, that's a terrible fate that they have chosen. But then interestingly, and I've said this before, and this comes from a guru, this comes from someone who has practiced spirituality extremely seriously for 45 years. Interestingly, a little bit more than 45 years. Interestingly, if an individual becomes too fanatically spiritual to the point where they ignore their surroundings, they ignore the realities of this world, that's not good either, because they're not going to survive for long, number one. Number two, they are going to be not only not a benefit to those who are around them in their community, they're actually going to be a burden. Because if you become spiritual to the point where you literally cannot even feed yourself, well, someone has to feed you. If you become spiritual to the point where you literally can contribute nothing to society, you can't help others, you can't teach people, etc., well, then at that point, you're someone who really has gone too extreme, to the point where you're existing, but that's pretty much all that you are doing. Rather, what we need today are individuals who are people who are indeed as spiritual as they can be, while at the same time as engaged in society as they can be. See, it's more than just a balance. It's actually following both paths to the optimal degree. So this is why, for myself and for my students, for those individuals who are initiated by me, for those individuals who are truly my students, my followers, etc., they will attest to you that our lifestyle is inwardly as spiritual as it can be. Our goal is to know God and to serve God, period. On the one hand. On the other hand, amazingly, we're also very practical people. I am actually a very practical person, and my students are also very practical people. And what does that mean? That means many of them are professionals. I have students who are professors. I have students who are everything, who are doctors, who have PhDs. I have students who have businesses. I have students who are millionaires. I have students who are politicians. I have students who are in office as politicians. I have students who are as practical as human beings can be, who have families, who are married, who have children, who have homes, cars, etc., on the one hand. On the other hand, their sole focus is to know God inwardly. So the truth of the matter is, this is what it means to truly be a Vedic person, and especially today, especially in the 21st century, especially within this context of the Kali Yuga. It means to have this perfect balance of doing both, but doing both optimally. That is, being as spiritual a person as is possible inwardly, and thus, as this verse explains, having spiritual knowledge, learning everything that you can about spirituality, and not just learning, not just intellectually, but acquiring wisdom and living that acquired spiritual wisdom on the one hand. On the other hand, we are also to be very practical individuals. If we can, we are to live in the world. We are to derive an education. We are to take care of our health. We are to go to the gym, do yoga, etc. Take whatever vitamins, herbs we need, do everything that we need to be healthy, healthy in body, healthy in mind, etc. We are to avoid all the vices of this world. We are to, as I mentioned, get an education, have a good career, acquire all the things that we need to then support a wonderful, beautiful Vedic family. We are to get married. We are to have children. We are to provide our children with what they need to grow into healthy adults. We are to give them a proper Vedic education. We are to contribute to society. We are to give in charity. With any excess that we have, if we end up making a lot of money, we are not to just hoard that money and keep that money to ourselves. But on the contrary, in this perfect marriage of spirituality and being part of the material world, in this perfect marriage of what is called karma yoga, we are to acquire maximally all the benefits that we can of this world. And then with the excess, we devote that with devotion to God, to the divine. We give in charity to temples. We give in charity to movements like the ISDS so that they can spread Dharma throughout the world, etc., etc. So in other words, we are to live a life of balance, but with everything that we are to do that is good, it must be optimally good. So this is something important that you see I've been stressing. It's not enough to just say balance, balance. No, it's not just balance. It's that also we do both, the spiritual and material, optimally, to the furthest degree that we can, in perfect balance, in perfect marriage. The spiritual, the material, together. That is what will lead to our perfection, at least according to the Isha Upanishad. Namaste, Acharyaji. Thank you very much for these discourses. It's absolutely my pleasure. This is very enlightening for us. Can you please clarify if the Mahabharata war is an allegory or did it actually take place? Thank you. Very good. Excellent question. Let me answer this in this way, actually, and I'll make this somewhat general. As far as all of these occurrences that happened, let's say, throughout the totality of the Vedic texts, these actual stories that took place upon the earth, in some cases other planets, but we won't deal with that for right now. But let's say, for example, the Lanka war between the forces of Rama and Ravana, and then the Mahabharata war that occurred between the Kauravas and the Pandavas, and the various wars that took place in the actual Samhita literature, and on and on and on. Zero of these are allegorical. Zero of these are allegorical. They all actually historically occurred. And, I don't want to, I can't, just due to time, I don't want to go too deeply into all the evidences of these. Many books have been written about this. All the evidences are there. You can even look online and find how, indeed, many of these things were thought to be quote unquote myth, which later were scientifically, archaeologically proven to actually have been real phenomena. So, for example, the Saraswati River, for so long, uh, for so long, these atheistic Western, academicians, again, intellectuals, claimed that there was no such thing as the Saraswati River. It was a myth. In fact, they called it very arrogantly the myth of the Saraswati River, the myth of the Saraswati River. And then something called science came along, and specifically something called satellite technology came along. And through satellites, miraculously, you could actually see the track of the now dried up Saraswati River. So the Saraswati River was not a myth. It was real. It was blunt. It was in your face empirical reality. And we needed satellites to actually finally prove that there was a river called the Saraswati River that, according to the Vedas, dried up 4,000 years ago. Now science has shown that that is the case. It was not a myth. The intelligence of these academicians, that was the myth. Same thing with Mahabharata war. All the evidences are there. The actual battlefield is there, Kurukshetra. There is a train station there in the town of Kurukshetra where the actual battle took place, etc., etc. So none of these are allegory. These things actually occurred in real life. You will see that there are actual units of thought in many of the Vedic scriptures, most of the Vedic scriptures. In other words, you'll see that there are several verses, sequential verses, that are communicating a general thesis, a general idea. And you'll see this again and again. When we did the Narada Bhakti Sutras, you saw that was the case. Same thing with Bhagavad Gita, same thing with so many of these Vedic scriptures. Well, we've seen this also in this short Isha Upanishad as well. And what we're going to be doing now with these three verses is, again, this is another unit where these verses go together. It's one thought in basically three verses. And you'll see as we go through these verses, you'll also see, interestingly, that the format is somewhat similar to the previous three verses. And again, just look at those previous three verses to refresh your memory. However, these three verses are talking about something completely different. But again, the format is very much the same. So with that, let's now dive into the Isha Upanishad. And let's begin with the first verse that we're going to look at today, and that is verse 12. And this is how this verse goes. Those who are engaged in the worship of the immanent alone enter into deep darkness. And into even deeper darkness still fall the worshippers of the transcendent alone. Very nice, very puzzling verse. Again, if you look at the last class, you'll see that the first verse that we looked at with the last class had a similar sort of structure as this. That, if you do X, you'll fall into deep darkness. But then if you do Y, you'll fall into an even deeper darkness. And at first it sounds very confusing, like, why is this verse saying this, falling into darkness, etc.? But then we unpacked it very, very nicely. Well, we're going to do the same thing with this verse, explain precisely what is meant by what is being said here. First of all, before we even do that, actually, I have to remind people of a philosophical / theological feature of Sanatana Dharma. And that is this very important word that, I could be wrong, but I believe I'm the first person to coin this word in in reference to Sanatana Dharma, and that is panentheism. Panentheism. And again, I always have to have this caveat, not pantheism. Some individuals, unfortunately, people who kind of studied Hinduism on the surface a very long time ago, made the false claim, which now everyone recognizes as false, everybody actually, that, oh, Hinduism is pantheistic. It has never been pantheistic. There is nothing pantheist in Sanatana Dharma. That is the idea that the universe itself is God. That essentially is pantheism, in accordance with Spinoza and several other actual pantheist philosophers. This is not the teaching of Sanatana Dharma. Rather, we are panentheists. That is, we understand that the nature of God is such that God is both transcendent yet immanent at the same time. That is, that God is a being who radically transcends all that which is not God, all that which is inferior to God. And as a result, God never falls into bondage. God never falls into illusion. God never falls into the material world. God never falls under the influence of Maya, etc. So thus we understand that on the one hand, God is fully transcendent in this sense. And obviously, philosophically, we could go even deeper, but I'll just leave it at that just to make this very brief. But simultaneously, God also is immanent in all things. That is, God interpenetrates all of reality with his presence. There is no place where God is not. So it is both simultaneously that God transcends all things while at the same time is immanent, is present within all of reality, everything that is perceptual and conceptual. So this is what is called panentheism, and this is the actual theological stance of the totality of Sanatana Dharma philosophy. So now, with that understanding, now we can dive into this verse a little bit, and we can begin to understand what is being said here. So let's go into this. Those who are engaged in the worship of the immanent alone enter into deep darkness. Now, what is being discussed here? What sort of individuals are being discussed? And for that matter, what sort of philosophical, ideological trends, let's say, are being discussed here? Well, who are the individuals who believe that God is fully immanent, i.e., that God is indeed present in all things, including in us, but that is the full extent of what we call God, that God is not a transcendent being? Well, this covers many, many different people and many different ideologies. This is atheism. This is, again, the pantheism versus panentheism. That is the idea that materiality, the sum total of materiality, is God, which is really a form of atheism, saying that there is nothing beyond matter, nothing beyond what is actually physical. This includes a lot of New Age individuals. You know, there are so many New Age individuals who their, let's say, attempt to approach God, and I'm being very charitable because most New Age people don't even use the word God. They're not really trying to know God. They're just trying to kind of pleasure themselves spiritually. That's what most New Age people are more concerned with, is feel-good spirituality. But let's say for those individuals who will make the pretense that they indeed are attempting to know the absolute, to know God, their attempt to know God is always, and without exception, in the immediate. That is, in themselves, in that which is around them, etc. But the idea of a God, of a supreme being who is transcendent, is actually quite threatening to self-centered New Age people. Why is this the case? Well, what it means, therefore, if you accept that there is indeed a transcendent being who also is immanent, is that you are not in control now. It means that there is something above you, that there is something, in fact, better than you, that there is something, in fact, superior to you in being itself, ontologically. And for an individual whose approach to spirituality tends to be very self-centered, tends to be, again, pleasure-oriented, and I don't mean this merely in the sensual way. You know, there are different self-centered ways in which an individual can pleasure themselves spiritually as well. But again, it's a self-centered sort of spirituality. Well, what is being discussed here, again, these individuals who worship by the immanent alone, These are the sorts of individuals who we're talking about. Let's go a little bit deeper. We're also talking about Advaitans. Advaitans, for whom God is us. We are God. So for the Advaita Vedanta school, that is the school of Shankaracharya and those individuals who came after him and a little bit before him, really just a few generations before him. The idea in the briefest nutshell, obviously I'm stating this for a large audience, some of who have never even heard of the person I'm talking about, or Advaita or any of this. So I'm stating this very, very, in a very small nutshell. The idea of Advaita, of course, is the idea that there is indeed no God outside of ourselves, that indeed all that there is God. God is the sole reality. And the only reason why we are in illusion is because we, being God, forgot that we are God, and we are now in Maya. So thus we are God in Maya, in illusion. So this is Advaita. But again, it is worship of God as the radically immanent. But the idea of God as something greater than ourselves is non-existent. So again, and this is just a small group of individuals who, this is a small grouping of individuals who fall into this category of individuals who worship the immanent alone. So we have pantheists, we have outright atheists, we have New Age sort of folk, we have Advaitins, but especially Neo-Advaitins. Individuals who today do satsangs and call themselves non-dualists, having most of them never even picked up a book by Shankaracharya in their life, etc. So these are the individuals who are being spoken of right here. Individuals who worship the absolute as immanent alone and forgetting the transcendent. So what is this verse from the Isha Upanishad, who Shankaracharya himself quoted? You see, for those individuals, this is just as an aside, but I always find it hilarious. I've mentioned this in the past. Individuals who claim that they're Advaitins, modern Advaitins, New Age Advaitins, and they'll see something like this or the thousands of other verses that refute Advaita, and they'll make the statement that, well, but what does it matter what the Vedic scriptures say, in a very New Age way, not a very Vedic way, or even in a very Advaitic sort of way. They'll say, oh, what does it matter? Well, it mattered to Shankaracharya. It mattered to Shankaracharya, who is the quote-unquote founder of Advaita. He read the Isha Upanishad as well. He came to a different conclusion, unfortunately, from what was literally said here. But still, what does this verse actually say? Such individuals enter into deep darkness. Now, again, what is meant by deep darkness? We discussed this in the past. It doesn't mean that they go to some hellish region. You know, we're not Abrahamists. We don't believe that because someone has a faulty philosophical doctrine that therefore they go to hell. Those are Abrahamists who believe that. We don't believe in such silliness. Rather, what is meant by deep darkness is that, indeed, they do not have the light of knowledge with them. They don't have that light of wisdom that is there within them. So therefore, they're in a deep darkness. But now let's go on. And this is a very interesting second clause to this verse, where it says, and into even deeper darkness still fall the worshippers of the transcendent alone. Now, very interesting, very interesting. In the same way that those who worship the immanent alone, we could pretty much name the philosophical schools. And again, I only mentioned several. There are others that fall into both of these categories. We mentioned a few of the philosophical schools that fall under this category of individuals who worship the immanent alone. Well, in the same way, when we speak about individuals who worship the transcendent alone, we're talking about very specific schools of thought. And without going into all of them, very specifically, Abrahamism. Abrahamism, again, the idea that God is a being who is radically different from his creation and us, and for whom there really is no, let's say, no ontological connection between God and that which is not God. So what really is being spoken of here are indeed the Abrahamists, that is, individuals who see God as being a being who is so radically different from us, who is so radically disconnected from us, who is so radically transcendent to all things, ourselves, materiality, etc., to the point where really there is no connection other than God's choosing artificially, almost in a way, to make a connection, even though ontologically there is not one. These are the individuals for whom God is a being to fear. God is a being who is envious, who is jealous, who punishes people for not worshiping him, for not believing in him, for having a different theology, etc., etc. So again, these are the Abrahamists. This is the worldview that you find in traditional Abrahamism. And I don't want to go much deeper into what I mean by that. Again, you can simply look up Abrahamism, and I would especially look up the term Abrahamism in accordance with our books, the Dharma Manifesto, Sanatana Dharma, the Eternal Natural Way, etc., where we go very deeply into the ideological foundations of Abrahamism like no other books in history, to my knowledge, ever have, if you want to understand what I mean by Abrahamism. But these are the individuals who are being spoken of here as people who worship the transcendent alone. Individuals who see God as being so far above us to the point where there is really no connection whatsoever other than blind faith and fear. Now, interestingly, now that we understand who we're speaking about here and what primary, let's say, ideological construct we're talking about here. Now, again, interestingly, what does the second clause say? These people fall into deeper darkness than even the first category. Now, interesting. Again, we see this same sort of structure with the previous three verses. So again, what is meant by this? Why is it that individuals who worship the transcendent alone, why do these individuals, why do they fall into an even deeper darkness than the ones who worship the immanent alone? Well, the reason why this is the case is because, again, when you worship God as being a being who is so far away from us, for whom we really have no connection other than fear, other than understanding that God is a jealous God, as the Old Testament says. So therefore we have to fear God, and we're worshiping God almost because we're just afraid that we're going to be punished more than anything, without really love. Well, what happens is a radical disconnection from anything that is recognized as authentic spirituality whatsoever. You see, with the previous people, as critical as Sanatana Dharma is of, again, the individuals who worship exclusively the immanent idea of God, New Age people, Advaitans, pantheists, atheists, etc., while these people indeed fall into a darkness, at the very least, they are having an experiential sort of connection with the transcendent, even if it is an impersonal one. Better to have any sort of connection with the transcendent, even if philosophically wrong, even if the proper understanding is not there, even if it ultimately is not completely fulfilling because it tends to still be somewhat self-centered, than to feel oneself completely disconnected from the divine altogether. Where again, with the latter object that we're talking about here, the latter sort of religious behavior that we're talking about here, yeah, it is a disconnect from God, such that essentially these would be individuals who are engaging in religion for religion's sake itself, but without that requisite spirituality and mystical experience and actual experiencing of the immanent presence of God that must be there in order for any religion to be called spiritual per se. In other words, it's pure religiosity without spirituality. That is what is worshiping the transcendent alone. And the truth of the matter is, such individuals are in even a worse position than the former category. Because with the former category, even if unbeknownst to them, at least they are having some experiential connection with that which is transcendent, even if they don't acknowledge a transcendent. They're still experiencing the whisperings of the transcendent nonetheless. Whereas with the latter individuals, there's a complete disconnect. This is why when individuals who are more atheistic and they talk about, the abuses of religion in the past, what they are talking about is very specifically these latter individuals for whom they see God as so different from us that all that they can do is engage in just rigid religiosity itself, and as a result, they end up becoming abusive. This is what we see again in the Abrahamic religions. So again, I could go deeper, but I want to go to the next two verses. So let's go now to verse 13 of the Isha Upanishad. There is one result that is derived from worshiping the immanent, and a different result that is derived from worshiping the transcendent. We have heard this from the wise sages who taught this truth to us. So again, you'll see a similar structure to the previous three verses that we did last time, but let's dive into this. So essentially what this verse is saying is that, again, these are two, not just different paths, they are two extremes. Again, if you haven't seen this yet, with panentheism, the idea is that you have both, that we recognize the ontological distinctness of God, that God is indeed radically distinct from all things on the one hand, but on the other hand, experientially, mystically, to use a very general, very misused term, mystically speaking, God also is here. God also is with us at all times. That is the panentheistic understanding. But also, what we understand is that it's not merely that these are two different philosophical stances, but there's a different result from both. And that's what this verse is saying. So there is one result that is derived from worshiping the immanent. And what is that result? Well, very simply, without going very, very in depth, look at the fruits of, again, these various categories of individuals who are panentheists, and then a subcategory of, are pantheists, individuals who are pantheists, and a subcategory of that would be deists. Look at individuals who are atheists. Look at individuals who follow Advaita, New Age spirituality, etc. What you see is that, unfortunately, with most, if not all, of these expressions of religiosity, of spirituality, they do indeed tend to be more self-oriented, and self, sadly, not in the spiritual sense, but in the egoic sense. We see that the result usually does not end in self-realization. It doesn't end in enlightenment. What is the very blunt empirical evidence of this? Well, look at New Age people. They're anything but enlightened. If you look at them very objectively, if you look at them understanding the standards of enlightenment, what does an actual enlightened being look like, sound like, and act like? When you understand this, well, these individuals don't become enlightened. Unfortunately, at the end of their sojourn in their New Age path, they are the same person that they were at the very beginning. In some cases, even worse, because if anything, New Age spirituality, self-centered spirituality, has made them even more egotistical, but in an even worse way that is very subtly. They're not enlightened, but they think they are. So thus, what we see is the result of, again, worshiping the purely immanent alone without understanding what is the actual nature of God. This is what it results in, is unfortunately a self-centered form of spirituality that does not lead to enlightenment. Now let's go on to this next one. And we see a different result that is derived from worshiping the transcendent. So again, this is simply an empirical fact that you can discern by looking at the actual words, behavior, etc., of individuals who are Abrahamists, individuals who see God as so radically different from us, who we are meant to simply worship in awe and trembling and fear, etc. What do we see? We see individuals who, on the surface, seem very religious, very rigidly religious, but who have no love, who have no actual experience of the presence of God within them. These are individuals who become fundamentalists. These are individuals who become fanatics. These are individuals who persecute other individuals because they have a different set of beliefs, etc. So what we see is that, again, there is a very, very different result from worshiping the absolute as purely immanent versus purely transcendent. So now let's go on to before I go on to the next verse, actually, this last thing, which is repeated, again, from the previous three verses, but which is crucial. And again, you've heard me say this, when something is repeated in the Vedic scriptures, it is for a reason. And that is this last sentence. We have heard this from the wise sages who taught this truth to us. So you'll see this is an exact quote from just a few verses ago, where it's saying this again. And like last time, why is it saying this? Well, this is an epistemological sentence, actually. It is a sentence that is explaining to us what is the proper way in which we can derive valid and true knowledge versus its opposite, invalid and false knowledge. And how do we do this? Well, we do this by approaching wise sages. So thus, the writers of this Upanishad state this very humbly and very clearly, that how do I know this, what I just stated about worshippers of the immanent versus the transcendent? Is this something that just arose from my speculation, that just arose from my own thinking, my opinion, etc., etc.? No. What this individual here is saying is, how do I know this? We have heard this from the wise sages who taught this truth to us. This is how we derive knowledge of the absolute. Again, for individuals in modern day America, for individuals who are imprisoned in the culture of modernity, we have lost sight of this very important fact, that if you wish to have knowledge, and if you claim that, oh, this is something that is of extreme importance and I am very sincere in wanting to know it, well, the more that is the case, the more serious that knowledge is, and the more sincere you are to know that knowledge, the more it is the case that rather than speculating and trying to just teach yourself, you will approach an individual who is an authority, and a proven authority, not just intellectually, but experientially in that knowledge. This is why when it comes to spirituality, true spirituality, authentic spirituality, which is the most important topic in creation, more important than surgery, more important than physics, more important than any of the liberal arts subjects that you can think of, history, literature, etc., etc. When it comes to spirituality, if we are sincere, if we have humility, then the way that we derive knowledge of that which is the most important thing is that with that sincerity and humility, we approach those individuals who are proven sages, who are wise sages, who themselves, they have shown us that they, both intellectually but experientially, know the truth. And we hear from them. And in this way, we derive truth. This is how we learn in accordance with Sanatana Dharma. This is the primary way of learning in accordance with every single tradition, bar none. Every authentic tradition within Sanatana Dharma. We approach the wise sages. So with that, let's go on now to the last verse that we're going to look at today, and this is verse 14. And this ties everything together perfectly and very, very, very beautifully. The person who knows both the immanent and the transcendent together has the ability to transcend the influence of death and experience the full joys of immortality. So very nice. What this one verse is doing right here is it is demonstrating to us panentheism perfectly. So again, this theological teaching that is the core of Sanatana Dharma, as far as at least divine ontology, what is the nature of God, this teaching that God is both radically transcendent and radically immanent simultaneously at the same time. So thus, when you hear me repeat this in my various videos, in all of my books again and again and again, like everything that I teach, I'm not just pulling this out of the air, this idea of panentheism. Rather, everything that I teach is firmly rooted and grounded in the Vedic scriptures. So here we have this verse explaining precisely panentheism, that an individual is to do both. They are to understand the immanent presence of God within all things, including within our very heart as Paramatman, as God who is there with us at all times as the inner witness. So thus God as immanent, while at the same time understanding God's unique ontological nature as a being who transcends everything that is derived from God. So thus, God transcends all that which is inferior to God. God is superior to all those things that he creates or that emanates from him. So thus, God is superior to us. I'm sorry to those New Age individuals who are triggered. Unfortunately, this is the teaching of all real spirituality. God is better than us. God is superior to us. God is our source. We are not God's source. So thus, by definition, God is transcendent to us, superior to us, etc. So I'm looking at the time. I can go so much deeper into this. But let me just wrap up this verse by saying that, yes, it's the individual who knows both, the immanent and the transcendent, that God is there present within us while at the same time being transcendent to us and thus superior to us, God being our source. Janmayasya yataha is the second verse of the Brahma Sutras, otherwise known as the Vedanta Sutras, that it gives this definition of God. What is God? God is that which is the source of all. How do you know that something is God? How do you know? Okay, someone makes the argument, oh, this pen is God. Oh, all right. You see, a either New Age individual or, unfortunately, an individual who is a victim of modernity, who feels that everyone just has their own truth and there is no truth, a person might very easily fall for that. Well, okay, that's someone's opinion. In someone's world, that's their truth. That pen is God. Well, very simply, the way that we know what is God is we understand what is the definition of God, and does X thing fit that definition? So God being Janmayasya Yataha, being the source of all things that exist. Is this pen the origin of all things that exist? Whoops, I guess not. You get the idea. That pen is not the source of all things. This phone, not the source of all things. This cup, not the source of all things. Me, not the source of all things. You, not the source of all things. Rather, one being is the source of all things, and this is God. Thus, Janmayasya Yataha. Who is God? God is that which is the source of all things. Namaste, Acharyaji. Since we fell from Vaikuntha once before, is it possible that after some indeterminate amount of time after liberation, that we could fall again? I remember Krishna in the Gita saying that the individual Atman is forgetful by nature, so could we indeed become forgetful of God after liberation? Very good question. Very, very good question, actually. And yes, this is a question that I have gotten in the past, and I would be very happy to answer this. The truth of the matter is that no, once we enter into Vaikuntha proper, that is into the actual, what in modern common parlance we would call the kingdom of God, the realm of the divine, the personal realm of the divine. Once we enter into Vaikuntha, there actually is no falling down whatsoever. It is an impossibility for several reasons. First of all, let me go a little bit deeper into your question, because the answer is kind of in your question. You ask, is it not possible that after some indeterminate amount of time after liberation that we can fall again? Within the context of spiritual reality, there is no time. So therefore, what in, let's say, the realm of time, that is the material world, what we would call 1 second or a billion, 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 and say that a billion times years, neither applies within the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is a realm that is beyond time. So time is not effective there. Time does not work there because time is not existent there. So it's not a matter of, oh, after a certain amount of quote unquote time, we can become forgetful, or something can happen such that we fall into illusion and therefore materiality again. Time is not a factor. Once we are in the spiritual realm, we are in a realm that is transtemporal, that is beyond time, that is beyond space, that is beyond even causality, actually. And in other videos, I go very deeply into the physics of this, the Vedic physics of what that means, how it's possible to even operate in a realm without time, space, and causality. It very much is, if you understand the nature of consciousness. But yes, the Bhagavad Gita and many of the other scriptures are very clear about this, that when one achieves this liberation proper, that is, not merely merging with Brahman, if you have liberation in such a way that it's self-realization only and you quote-unquote merge with Brahman, oh, you can fall down again because you're incomplete, because your realization is incomplete. You've only had self-realization but not God realization. So therefore, Prabhupada, many other gurus and scriptures, legitimate gurus, and Vedic scriptures talk about this, that if you have liberation but you only go to the level of impersonal Brahman, you can indeed fall back down to the material world. But upon achieving this higher liberation of indeed entering Vaikuntha and being in the very realm of God, there is no falling down. And again, yes, Krishna makes this clear in Bhagavad Gita. Forgetfulness is no longer an option. That is the nature of such bhakti-oriented liberation. The two verses that we're going to be looking at now from the Isha Upanishad are verses 15 and 16. The face of truth is covered by a golden disk of effulgence. O my Lord, sustainer of all that lives, kindly unveil yourself and exhibit your true form to I who adore you. Beautiful, beautiful verse. Absolutely wonderful verse. And of course, as is often the case in the past, the reason why we're doing these two verses is because they go together. It's really one unit, even though it's two verses. So you'll see that the second verse that we'll do, which is 16, is somewhat similar to this, but this verse is definitely setting up this theme, this idea. And what is that idea? Several things, actually, that are being discussed here. First of all, one thing that the Acharyas of the past who have commented on these verses have made very, very clear is that one of the themes that we see with these two verses, 15 and 16, is that there is an explanation of, let's say, to make this very, very simple, the impersonal versus the personal feature of God. Because the truth of the matter is, all schools of thought who acknowledge the, let's say, theistic understanding of the absolute, all acknowledge that God indeed has both features, that God can be seen in some aspects in a somewhat impersonal way, but then ultimately God can be seen in a personal way. Again, all the Vaishnava acharyas of the past, the scriptures themselves, explain this understanding, as do these two verses. So this is one of the themes that's being spoken about. And before I go deeply into the other themes will very naturally just kind of be uncovered as we go through this. Let's look at this very, very carefully, this one verse, beginning first of all with the very first sentence of this verse. The face of truth. Let's stop there. I've had people write in comments and say that they love it when they find it very amusing, and they love it when I do that, when I'll say 3 or 4 words and I'll say, let's stop there. And then I'll give a half-hour talk on those 3 words. This won't be half an hour, but yes, let's stop with those few little words. The face of truth. And indeed, that is the very name of the talk that I'm giving today on these 2 verses of the Isha Upanishad. Now, why is this significant? Well, first of all, this is pretty much a literal translation. Again, you can look at many translations of the Isha Upanishad, and unless they choose to not be literal, which is dishonest on their part, this is what the Sanskrit is saying, the face of truth. Now, of course, this in itself is of significance because, as we have seen, if you have been with me for any significant amount of time whatsoever, if you have studied the Vedic scriptures with me, at this point you know that the Vedic scriptures don't just kind of throw words at you just for fun, But every word, every phrase, every sentence, every stream of thought that is there, every thought unit that is there, is done very much on purpose. So again, this is the exact translation, the face of truth, thus meaning that God is indeed ultimately a personality, that God indeed ultimately is a being who has svarupa, who has his own form, who has, as I like to explain what is meant by form, who has his own locus of being. In other words, he is a personality. We're all personalities, all of us, as much as we often in having experienced trauma and pain in this world, as much as we sometimes try to run away from that fact that we are personalities, as much as some of us try to run into a void or a type of nihilism, even in the name of spirituality, or a so-called merging into God, losing ourself. The truth of the matter is, there's no getting away from the fact that we are indeed all personalities. That is, we have a locus of consciousness and of personality and of being that is different from that of others. And more, how others relate to us is how we, as unique beings, express ourselves in such a way that we are revealing what we wish to reveal, the amount and the qualities that we wish to reveal of our own self to others, and vice versa. This is one of the definitions of personality. Truthfully, it is not even the deepest definition of personality. I've written about and spoken about very simply the ontology of personality, extremely in depth. But for these purposes, this is what is meant by personality. So thus, when we think of God as personality, well, what does this mean? This means that God has, to use the Sanskrit, svarupa. Svarupa. This is how God is referred to. And for that matter, actually, all beings who again have personality. I have a svarupa, you have a svarupa, every Atman, including the Paramatman, the supreme being, has a svarupa. Now, what's meant by this term, svarupa? It's actually quite straightforward. Rupa means form. Now, of course, this is the difficulty. When I say form, immediately what happens in the mind of especially many Advaitans, they themselves, interestingly, not being very philosophically sophisticated, they will accuse us of not being philosophically sophisticated, and they will hurl this accusation at us. Oh, what are you saying? God has a face just like you? Well, doesn't that make God material, etc., etc., etc.? Well, of course, this is not, again, exactly what is meant by form. Not merely that literally God is a person in the human sense, that God is, some guy down the street. What is that silly song? What if God were one of us? That came out like 25 years ago. No, this is not what is meant by God having form. Rather, what is meant is, again, God being recognizable. God being recognizable, not merely that, God is a human being with all the flaws of a human being. No, God has his own transcendent form, and thus, that being the case, he has rupa, that is form, but not just rupa, svarupa, his own form. Sva means one's own in Sanskrit. So svarupa means one's own form, meaning what? Not in the illusion sense, but truly, listen to the wording, svarupa, one's own form. In other words, when all illusion is stripped away, when all persona is stripped away, when all that is artificial, that is egoic, is stripped away, who is that person who, when you encounter them, you are encountering their own form eternally. That is, their point of recognition, their locus of being. This is what is meant by, again, being a personality in the spiritual sense. So as we can see, short-sighted, philosophically short-sighted Advaitans aside, this is actually an extremely deep philosophical understanding of the nature of personality. And like I said, we're only scratching the surface. And I'm giving you what is basically just a kindergarten version of understanding the philosophy and the ontology of personality. But this is what is of importance. God has personality. God is a person. God is not a thing. God is not a hammer. God is not a rock. God is not a thing that we in our can just kind of grab in our greedy little hands and use the way we would use anything else of this world. You see, it's interesting, actually. I was speaking to one of my students just the other day about this, and it was here at our temple, actually. And I forget what it was. I had some inanimate object, and I was explaining what is the difference between sentience and insentience. And I took the object and I tossed it to the other side of the room. And I said, why is that insentient? Because it will never protest, because it does not have consciousness, because it does not have personality, versus a being who is sentient and who does have personality. You see, if you try to attack any sentient being, to whatever degree they can, in accordance with their own psychophysical nature, they will resist. And that's just one of hundreds and hundreds of examples of what is the difference between a being being sentient, being conscious, being a personality, versus a rock. Now, when we try to impersonalize God and say, oh, God is just, you see, there's always the just in there. There's always the diminishing of God. Oh, God is just energy. God is just this. God is just a force. God is like, it's like Star Wars. God is just the force. What are we doing? We are diminishing God, but more, we're making God into an object for our use. In other words, we're making ourselves God, and we're making God our slave, our servant. So this is why impersonalism is always, always, unfortunately, a inferior route to understanding the nature of the absolute. Rather, we understand God as personality. So thus, the face of truth. This truth, of course, being God. And that becomes extremely clear with the rest of the verse. So the face of truth, that is the face of God, is covered by a golden disk of effulgence. Now, this is interesting. Now is being brought in. First, we have the personal aspect of God. Now we have the impersonal aspect of God. That is, that God's face is there. Again, what is meant by that is God's personality is there, the face of truth, but it is covered. And it's covered by what? It's covered by God's effulgence. In other words, by the impersonal aspect of God, by the light of God. So this is very interesting. You see, it doesn't say the other way around. It doesn't say that you first encounter, oh, that personal aspect of God, but oh, when you strip away this nonsense that's meant for the lesser minds among us, and then you come to the conclusion of Advaita, well, then what you discover is, oh, God is just light. No, this Upanishad says the opposite. And it's very clear. Again, the Sanskrit is there, and Sanskrit is Sanskrit. It's a language. You can't play with it. This is what it is saying, that the innermost essence of that divine being, of the absolute, ultimately is personality, but it is covered by the impersonal aspect. The impersonal aspect being the exterior, let's say, aspect of God, the interior being the personal aspect. So again, very clear. The face of truth is covered by a golden disk of effulgence. So this is the light of God. This is what is meant by this golden disk of effulgence, is that this is literally the light of God. And the light of God in what sense? In many, many senses. To be honest with you, I'm checking the time because this is, this verse alone I can talk about for 2 hours, but I'm going to resist the temptation and edit myself as much as possible. So this is ultimately what is meant by this idea of effulgence. Several things. First of all, the idea of effulgence being quite literally that effulgent goodness and the infinite number of attributes that are derived from God. It means the presence of God, the ever-present experience of God. It means many, many things. But let's just leave it at that because, again, we don't want to go too deeply. Let's go on now to the next sentence of this verse. O my Lord, sustainer of all that lives. And again, let's stop there. Again, this is an accurate translation of this Upanishad. And this is in the form of a prayer, where again, now especially, and here and with the next verse especially, we will begin to see very vividly what I call the bhakti element, the devotional element. In other words, this is a prayer to God. But it's not a prayer in which this person is merely asking, "Oh God, can you make me a really good philosopher and really give me the truth about yourself?" Certainly, there's that element as well in a very tertiary sort of way, but more devotion is being expressed. "Oh my Lord," and you can envision the person who is saying this being in what is called namaskara, with hands, palms together like this, and saying, "Oh my Lord, sustainer," and now he gives the qualifier, "sustainer of all that lives." This is one of the attributes of God, and it's one of the designations of God. Indeed, for those of you who have been with me for some time, you know that the highest name of God that exists in the Sanskrit language is Narayana. Narayana. And Narayana means quite literally the sustainer of all beings. So how interesting is it that here, indeed, this individual who is praying to God also explains this designation of God. First he says, "Oh my Lord," so we know who he is addressing. But now he gives the qualification. Why am I addressing this person as Lord? Well, the reason why is because this being is the sustainer of all that lives. And as you've heard me say in the past, you cannot claim to be the sustainer of all beings. Indeed, some of us have had difficulty in our lives even sustaining ourselves, maybe even right now. We certainly can't claim to be the sustainer of quite literally every sentient being in existence. I can't claim that. You can't claim that. Even if you're an Advaita, you cannot claim that logically. No one can. But there is one being who can very easily, effortlessly be called the sustainer of all that lives, and that is God. That is Sriman Narayana. And now let's go on. Kindly unveil yourself. Let's stop there. So again, you'll remember what we said just a few moments ago with the very first sentence about how these are two aspects of God. Again, the impersonal versus the personal. And the impersonal represents the exterior aspect of God. The personal represents the interior, the more intimate, the higher, the more important aspect of God. That aspect of God that is closer to, again, the svarupa, the actual nature of that being who is God. And here we have this stated very clearly. Kindly unveil yourself. So again, as was said in the previous sentence, God being veiled by this impersonal effulgence, this individual is asking, please remove that effulgence so that I may see the true you. What an amazing prayer. What an amazing prayer if we think about just how amazing this prayer is as a prayer. Despite the time, I need to say this for a moment so we understand the significance, the truly amazing significance of this. To realize God, to truly realize God in any way is astounding, is something that would be considered the greatest thing that an individual could possibly accomplish in existence. And yet this person is saying that, essentially the person is saying, I am encountering your effulgence. I am encountering the impersonal aspect of God. In other words, I am truly experiencing God. But even that is not enough. Even with that, oh Lord, I ask you that I don't even want to just know your effulgence. I want to go deeper. I want to know you in the deepest, innermost essence of who you are. Again, this is as an aside, but let me say this. For any of you out there who you want to know God in such a way that you sometimes feel like your soul is on fire to know God and nothing else matters more to you, this is the attitude that you should have. That God, no, I don't want to just know you in the most general of senses. Oh, God is great. Like they say in some traditions, this is about as deep as they can get as far as their understanding of God. God is great. Yeah, that's nice. We know that. We wouldn't have even approached God to begin with if we didn't know that. That's kind of God for kindergarteners. But no, God, I want to know you as intimately as you will allow. I want to serve you. I want to know you as a person. I want to know every aspect of you. I want to know your likes and dislikes, such that I can serve you better. In other words, there's no limit to how deeply we wish to know this being. This is how we must think if we truly want to know God completely. Now, that being said, let's go on. So kindly unveil yourself, and here we go. And exhibit your true form to I who adore you. So exhibit your true form. So again, when it comes to the impersonal versus the personal, this Upanishad, as is true for actually all the Upanishads, regardless of very bad, very faulty commentaries that have been there in the past that have maybe tried to say otherwise, all of the Upanishads, indeed all of Vedanta, the Brahma Sutras, which sadly most people who will drone on about Vedanta this, Vedanta that, have never even read the Brahma Sutras. I've not only read the Brahma Sutras, I have one project for the future in which I intend to translate and comment on the Brahma Sutras. I've read not just the Brahma Sutras, I've read all of the significant commentaries on the Brahma Sutras, many large portions of which I've read in the Sanskrit. And one thing that we have seen in truly looking at the actual purport of Vedavyasa's Brahma Sutras is that when it comes to the personal versus the personal is preeminent, not the impersonal. So exhibit your true form. And now again, here comes the bhakti element to end this. To I, who adore you. So again, this is significant, given the truly highly philosophical nature of this Isha Upanishad. Again, there is no important Vedantist in history who did not comment on this Upanishad, thus showing, thus signifying how philosophically important this Upanishad is. Philosophically, in the true sense of that word, intellectually. And yet, it is filled with bhakti, with devotion. So again, how does he end this? Why do I ask you? Why would you please do me this favor of revealing your ultimate form to me? Because I adore you. Because I love you. Because I have devotion to you. You see, not because, well, I have 15 PhDs. This person doesn't say this. This Rishi does not say this. Not, well, because I've studied the totality of the Vedas from beginning to end, which he probably did. But that's not why. Why, God, would you please bestow the blessing of your darshana, of having a vision of you unto me? Because I adore you, because I love you. So thus, again, the bhakti element is crucial throughout the Upanishads, including in even the most philosophically pregnant of the Upanishads, which the Isha Upanishad is. So now let's go on to the next verse, which is verse 16 of the Isha Upanishad. O my Lord, O controller, sage of the heavens, maintainer of the universe, well-wisher of the progenitors of mankind, please withdraw your effulgent rays so that I can behold your radiant form. That supreme God is like unto the sun, as am I in my innermost self. So absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Let's look into this verse a little bit. So again, O my Lord, O my Lord. He is speaking very specifically to Isha, to Ishvara. He's speaking to that being who is the absolute. And he's stating this in very personal terms. No, not, oh, thou divine rock in the sky. No, very personal, O my Lord. And now he gives several qualifiers as far as, again, why is he addressing God as Lord? He doesn't simply take this for granted and assume that we're going to take this for granted. Now he explains who he's talking to. O my Lord, O controller. So the controller, the ultimate controller. One of the terms for this is Ishvara. Ishvara means controller, that being who ultimately, you see, all of us seek control. We seek to control ourselves. We seek, especially in our illusion, to control others around us. We live in a world of people trying to control other people in one way or another, subtly, not so subtly, etc., etc. But ultimately, there is one supreme controller, and that is God. Now let's go on. Sage of the heavens. Very interesting term for God, sage of the heavens. You'll remember that previously in another verse of this Isha Upanishad, it explains how God is the ultimate guru. Well, this is along the same lines, that when it comes to the heavens, in other words, when it comes to that echelon of reality in which the highest beings in the material world, that is, the gods themselves, even dwell, even among that highest of echelons of the heavens, God would be considered to be the sage. In other words, he is the source of knowledge, even among the gods. Now let's go on. Maintainer of the universe. This is indeed one of the important functions of God, and it goes along with being the sustainer of all reality. This universe, as is true for all material things, comes into being, is here for some time, but then eventually goes out of being. The truth of the matter is, God is responsible for all three of these aspects of the universe. He's responsible really for the beginning of the universe, the maintenance, and the eventual dissolution of the universe. However, why is maintainer being used here? It is understood that of all those three functions, it is maintaining, it is sustaining, it is keeping something operative that is the hardest and that is the most sattvic. You see, to create, well, you can have a burst of creativity, but then that kind of goes away and you're not very creative after some time. After a few years, you have great artists who, for a few years, they have these bursts of creativity, but then that talent kind of goes away. Then when it comes to destruction, well, destruction is the easiest of things. Any fool can destroy. Any fool can destroy. It's harder to create than to destroy. But of all three functions, the most difficult is to maintain, to make sure that once having come into being, this universe that is meticulously operating continues to operate in such a way that everything functions perfectly. That is God who does that. That is Vishnu who is responsible for this. Now let's go on a little bit more. Well-wishers of the progenitors of mankind. First of all, this is not a word that, sadly, that we hear in English very much anymore. It's almost more like 17th century, 18th century, 19th century English. But the truth of the matter is, this concept of progenitors of mankind is actually a very important concept, which sadly, just due to time, we don't have a lot of time to go into. But the idea is that humankind, that human beings, Manushya, what in Sanskrit is called Manushya, that is the descendants of Manu, people who are proper human beings, beings of nobility, Arya, nobility. These beings, we human beings, we had our progenitors. In other words, we had those ancestors who were the first, who were the individuals who, due to their activities, the race of humans came into being and was sustained for generation after generation after generation. And I'm stating this in the simplest of ways. Truthfully, this is something alone I could give an hour-long talk on, and probably will at some point, this concept of the progenitors of mankind. Well, God is the well-wisher of the progenitors of mankind. In other words, even these beings who are responsible for the coming about of the human race, they themselves are powerless. And they were given their Shakti, they were given their potency, they were given their ability to even help to foster the human race by God. So he's the well-wisher of these progenitors. Now let's go on, and this is this is the important part. Please withdraw your effulgent rays so that I can behold your radiant form. Again, it cannot be more clear, and this is an exact translation. This is an exact translation of this Upanishad. That again, looking at the impersonal versus the personal aspect, the impersonal aspect, this Rishi is asking, God, please take away your impersonal aspect. It's in my way. I want to know you. And your impersonal effulgence, this blinding light, is in my way. Please remove it such that I may see who you truly are as divine, eternal, perfect personality. So that is what is being said here with this clause of this sentence. Please withdraw your effulgent rays, that I can behold your radiant form. Now, two things. First is what I just said about the impersonal versus personal. Three things I should say. Second thing is, again, this idea of svarupa, of rupa and svarupa, that God indeed has form as locus of being, as is said here, but more, radiant form. Interesting. Now, a lot of people wouldn't catch this. But this is important. This Rishi is asking, please remove your effulgence, please remove your light such that I can see you. And yet that form itself is radiant. Now, what is the philosophical implication of this? It is that the very source of the effulgence of God, the very source of what we call the light of God, is indeed the personality of God himself. Even the light is sourced in the personality. So thus, your radiant form is what is left, even when we remove that external light of God. Very nice. And then finally, the very last sentence. That supreme God is like unto the sun, as am I in my innermost self. So very nice. A person might make the mistake of saying that, oh, well, this is saying, therefore, that God and I are the same. No, not if you understand what exactly is the metaphor that is being applied here and what it is being applied to. In the same way that God has, let's say, his actual locus of personality, but then his outward radiating influence upon things outside of himself, this is actually also true about the Atman. This is understood to be true about the Atman, Upanishadically, in accordance with the Bhagavad Gita, in accordance with, interestingly, even a little bit of Ayurveda, even a little bit of understanding the physiology of oneself, both physically, but also as far as sukshma sharira, that is the astral form. That is, again, as I was saying earlier, you have locus of being, but then you have that externalized aspect of yourself that radiates forth and influences that which is around you. This is true not only for God, but we, having been made in God's image, this is also true for the Atman. So that is what this very last verse is saying, is that, oh, Lord, in the same way that you have your personality, but then you have your more impersonal influence upon the world in accordance with your shaktis, your energies, etc., so do we. But of course, in a finite way. That's the important thing, in a finite way. This is true also for the Atman. We also have, and you remember I said this initially, this term Svarupa refers not just to God, but all living beings. We all have our Svarupa. We all have our own form, to translate that literally. That is, we have our locus, we have our personality, but then we have our Shaktis as well. We have our attributes. We have ways in which others have the ability to perceive us, etc. So this is what is being said with this very last verse, that in the same way that God has his internal and then his external influential form, so does the Atman. So does the Atman. Indeed, we wouldn't be able to function unless we had those two aspects. The difference being that for God, both his personality, his svarupa, but also his shaktis are infinite in nature. And they are source in nature. Whereas with us, we are finite in nature, and we are the effect, not the source. Here is an excellent question, a very excellent question, actually. How do we honor the Devas and Devis in such a way that we are at the same time giving proper worship and devotion to Sriman Narayana? Very nice, very good. Yes, let me talk about that a little bit, actually, because there are some individuals Well, let me back up. First of all, it is indeed important to understand what is the distinction between the devas and devis, that is, the gods and goddesses on the one hand, versus that which is the supreme absolute on the other. And there is indeed a distinction. That distinction has to be understood and recognized, both philosophically, logically, but then also experientially as well. So that's the first thing. The other thing is that. Unfortunately, when it comes to this distinction of the gods versus God, some people unfortunately tend to take a somewhat fanatical view. That is, and sadly, I'm very sad to say this, some ISKCON people are like this, where they will say, oh, Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead, which is true. Therefore, we do not need to honor anyone but Krishna, which is not true. Which is not true. In fact, making that statement, you're saying the opposite of the Vedic way. It is important to understand that on the one hand, we can acknowledge that there is ultimately one supreme being, and that supreme being is Sriman Narayana, or as expressed in any of his avatars, such as Bhagavan Sri Krishna. We can understand and acknowledge this fact and understand that God is the source of all beings, that Sriman Narayana is the source of even the gods, etc., that the gods are inferior, that the gods are servants of God. But does this mean that we therefore necessarily have to disrespect the servants? No, of course not. You respect them all. So it's a matter of understanding priorities. That yes, we can acknowledge the gods, we can even pray to the gods, we can say mantras to the gods, we can offer our obeisances to the gods, etc., while at the same time understanding who they are, understanding that they are servants themselves ultimately of the supreme personality of Godhead. So the truth of the matter is you do both, and it's not a matter of having to worry that, oh, well, but if I say a prayer to Saraswati, the goddess Saraswati, who is the goddess of knowledge and learning and wisdom and culture and arts and civilization, somehow I am offending God. That is Abrahamist, that mentality. And this is what is so unfortunate. I find it heartbreaking when I see so-called Vaishnavas who are really Abrahamists at heart, because they have this warped idea that, oh, if I offer obeisances to Saraswati, to Surya, to Chandra, to Varuna, to Mitra, to any of the gods and goddesses, somehow I am offending God. That is Old Testament, not Veda. You see, people love to use this word. Oh my God. Vedic, 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 Vedic this, Vedic that, Vedic everything, Vedic, Vedic. Have you read the Vedas? There are 4 Veda Samhitas. Have you read them? They are all hymns praising the gods and goddesses. All of them. And that is what is meant by Vedic. The Vedic way is that indeed we acknowledge all of these beneficent beings. For that matter, we recognize a friend who did us a favor. We recognize any benefactor in this world, someone who can help us. We thank them. What to speak of beings who are so powerful that one of these beings, Surya, his body is the sun. How powerful is that? How beneficent is that being? Of course, we're going to offer our obeisances to such a being. But this doesn't mean that of necessity we then make that mistake and we think that, oh, well, but this must be God then. No, of course, we understand Narayana ultimately is the supreme. So this is what is important, is to not fear offering our homage to the gods and goddesses, because that is the Vedic way. Again, otherwise the totality of the 4 Vedas would not be hymns to the gods and goddesses. No, this is the Vedic way, but as long as we ultimately understand that, of course, they themselves are servants of the Supreme Being. So in the same way that, oh, some powerful person who I know may have done me a favor, oh, and I say thank you, I don't confuse that person for God. And I don't have to worry about that. I have to have faith in myself to understand that, well, I'm not stupid. I know that person's not God, but I'm still going to thank them and, send them a gift or something in thanks. Well, in the same way, we can and we should honor the gods and goddesses completely. while at the same time acknowledging that they themselves are humble servants of the Supreme, as is said throughout the totality of the Vedic scriptures, including the Bhagavad Gita, etc. So I hope that answers the question. We will now dive into the last two verses of the Isha Upanishad. And these two verses, of course, as you've seen is often the case, this is a unit. These two verses go together. It's really one thought shared within two verses. And these two verses are a perfect way, actually, to end the Isha Upanishad. We know that throughout this Upanishad, we've looked at many, many different issues, very deep philosophical issues, including panentheism, the idea of personalism versus impersonalism, the idea of material knowledge and pursuit versus spiritual knowledge and pursuit, and many, many other issues that were there in the verses of the Isha Upanishad. Well, now to end, we are going to be looking at these two last verses that talk about liberation. What a perfect way to end this Upanishad, because this, of course, is the ultimate goal, is moksha, or liberation, for the individual Atman who currently finds himself in Maya, in illusion. May my life air be merged with the totality of air. May my body go to ashes. Om. Now, oh my mind, please remember all my strivings toward God. Please remember all that I have done for God. And that's verse 17. A truly beautiful verse, actually, where it's quite obvious what is happening here is that this individual is achieving liberation. And what these two verses describe are several things. The process of liberation, but just to a very small degree, in a very small nutshell. Truthfully, as far as the process of the actual moment of liberation, leaving the body, etc., going to be with God, there's much more that's involved, but this gives a little synopsis. But more than anything, and this is the important thing, these two verses give the mindset, the attitude, what is going on within the person as they are achieving that final liberation, that final samadhi, in which it's not merely that they are being liberated, but they also are simultaneously leaving this world to go to be in Vaikuntha, in the realm of God. So how profound. How profound to enter into the mind of the yogi at that exact moment. So this is what's happening here. So with all that said, let's look at this verse a little bit more in depth. First of all, it starts off in a very interesting way, very yogic way. Again, we have to keep in mind that what it means to be a serious follower of Sanatana Dharma. Again, not just someone who you go to the hospital and you have to fill out paperwork and it has, religion, and you just kind of write in, Sanatana Dharma. No, deeper than that, deeper than simply what you call yourself. What it means to be a practitioner of Sanatana Dharma is that you are a yogi, and a yogi in the true sense of this word. That is, an individual who in every way has practiced the sadhana, the disciplines, the systematic practice through which we reform ourselves internally, but really in every way, ethically, morally, even physically, literally in every way, and with the idea of achieving liberation. Well, this is who is speaking here, is a yogi. So now, with all that in mind, now let's look at this first sentence. May my life air be merged with the totality of air. So again, this is a person who he's not just achieving liberation, he is achieving final liberation. He's leaving his body. So what is meant by life air, of course, is prana. Prana. We've heard this term before, perhaps. Prana is that substance within the material world, and it's not just in air, actually. Again, this is just a synopsis. Prana can be found in food. It can be found in sunshine. It's found in many different places. But it is especially found in the air that we breathe. Thus, this is why the yogi does what is called pranayama. That is, they'll do various breathing exercises, various breathing exercises in such a way that they make the most use of this vital energy that is there within the air itself. So what this yogi is saying is, now that I am leaving my body, I no longer need this prana. So may the prana itself, may this life air leave me and merge into the totality of the life air of the universe. So a truly profound statement. Again, this person is leaving his body to be with God. So this is the first thing to be understood with this first sentence. Now let's go on to the second sentence. May my body go to ashes. Now that's a little bit more straightforward. Again, this individual leaving his body behind and now going off to liberation, what is he saying about the nature of body? Well, this is the nature of the physical. This is the nature of the corporeal. This is the nature of this thing that so many of us, unfortunately, often despite ourselves. Even though we may be spiritual, we still kind of act as if it's us. Even though we know that, as this yogi is saying here, no, this will eventually become ashes. And eventually all of the various elements of the body, the air, the water, the ether, etc., all these various elements will eventually break down and go to their respective elements within the cosmos itself. So in other words, the body is something that's temporary. How old are you? Are you 30? Are you 30 years old, let's say, just as an example? Where was your body 32 years ago? It's non-existent. Are you 40? 40 years old? Where was your body 42, 43 years ago? Non-existent. The body comes into being at a certain time. We are presently, I hope, most of you who are watching me are presently inhabiting a body. Some of you aren't presently inhabiting a body. But most people are inhabiting a body right now as you are listening to me. And you're in the body. You're not of the body. And eventually what happens? We leave the body. Well, what is interesting is this individual, being a yogi, he doesn't leave the body in the same way that others do. You see, eventually everyone leaves their body, correct? Every human, every animal, every living being within a corporeal frame eventually leaves their body. But what is the difference between how, let's say, a common individual leaves their body versus a yogi, versus this person who is speaking? He is aware that he's leaving his body. He's conscious of the fact that he's leaving his body. He is at peace with the fact that he is leaving his body. He's not in mourning. He's not in fear. He's not in regret. He's not desperately trying to hold on to the body as his soul is trying to leave. Part of his soul is kind of holding on. No, he is at peace with the fact that, yes, he occupied the body for some time. Now it is time to leave, and may my body go to ashes. In other words, may it be dissolved, may it meet its dissolution in such a manner that it goes back to what it actually is. The body ultimately is meant for ashes. The body eventually disintegrates and becomes nothing. Simply goes back to the material from whence it came. So again, this person here is very peaceful with that fact that he's leaving his body. As is to be expected. As is to be expected. Very good. And then, mid-verse, Om. Now, interesting. We know that many verses begin and or end with Om. But in this particular case, the Om comes mid-verse. Now, why is this the case? Several reasons, actually. In fact, let me say several reasons, of which there are too many to really go into. Let me give the one or two of the main reasons. First of all, again, to repeat this person is a yogi. So thus, the idea is that as he is even aware of what he just said, as he is aware of the fact that he is leaving his body, simultaneously, he is also focused totally 100% upon God. So as he's aware that he is leaving the body, as he is aware that he is going to God, at the same time, all that is present within him is that divine sound vibration of Om, which is one of the sound vibrations, one of the sound representations of the sonic form of God, and in this particular case, God as omnipresent, as upholding all of reality. So this is why this comes mid-sentence, this Om. The other reason why, and again, there are several, and I'll just deal with two of them for now. The other reason why suddenly there's this Om mid-verse is because it is signaling that we have dealt with the body. Now we are entering the transcendent. So now, understanding that, let's go on to the rest of this verse. Now, O my mind. We will stop there for now. So, interestingly, this yogi is addressing his own mind. He's speaking to his own mind. And it's a very interesting thing. I won't go too deeply into this, but we've seen that there have been several verses, indeed, even several bhajans, several devotional songs, in which we've seen that the yogi or the bhakta, the devotee, is literally speaking to his own mind, as if his own mind is a separate person, is a separate entity. And why is this the case? Again, we've seen this several times. Now we see it again in this most ancient of Upanishads, the Isha Upanishad. Well, interestingly, it's been said, including in the Bhagavad Gita, that the mind can be one's best friend or one's worst enemy. The mind is something that first is separate from ourselves. We are not the mind. It is something that is separate from us. So thus, this yogi is saying this to show that contradistinction between me, as consciousness, as aham pratyaya, as that true I, that true self, versus juxtaposed to mind. I am not mind, in other words. So this is why he is addressing mind as a separate entity, because it is a separate entity. Now, it's interesting. Oh, I'm so tempted to give an hour-long lecture about this, the concept of mind versus self in the history of Western philosophy, because it's been a very confused idea, the idea of mind. Very often people, very well-meaning people actually, even some spiritual philosophers throughout the history of the West, had the mistaken idea that we are mind, that we are indeed the mind itself. Rene Descartes was one of these people who said that I am a thinking thing, I am a thinking entity. So many people have this confusion of thinking that I am my thoughts, I am my mind, etc. Well, yogically, of course, we understand that that is not a proper understanding, that mind itself even is something that is separate from us. And how do we know this? Because mind, like body, like materiality, is ever-changing. And more, because it can be seen as object. It is not the subject. Only the true subject is the true self. So thus, again, he's explaining here, first of all, mind is something separate from me. I am not the mind. But more, now he's addressing the mind almost as if the mind is a good friend. Because for the yogi, it is. See, you remember what I said a short time ago about how in the Bhagavad Gita and other places, it explains how the mind can be our good friend or it can be a terrible enemy. It can be either, sometimes both. Well, for the yogi, it's a friend. For the yogi, the mind is indeed a friend. Why? Because the yogi has the mind under control, because the yogi has complete control over the mind. So in this case, it is a friend. So he is addressing the mind as a friend. So he says, now, O mind, O my mind, please remember all my strivings toward God. Please remember all that I have done for God. So very nice. What he is doing is, again, he is addressing the mind, and very specifically, he is addressing the function of memory that is there in the mind. And what he is attempting to do as a yogi, which is indeed the yogic path, is he is attempting to remember every devotional thing that he ever did in his life, every devotional lesson he ever learned. He is attempting to remember every experience of God that he ever had. In other words, every striving toward God that he ever made in his life. He is trying to remember now. Now, why? Why is this the case? Why is he doing this? Well, first of all, because as I said, this is actually the yogic technique for achieving liberation. It is explained again in Bhagavad Gita, but many other Upanishads as well, many other scriptures, that whatever it is that is forefront in one's awareness at the time of death, that is where one will go, that is what one will achieve. Now, why is this the case? Death is something that is extremely traumatic. It's something that's very, very traumatic for an individual. And this being the case, what you remember at the time of death is very telling of what you were when you were alive. So, this being the case, if one can remember God, this means that you focused on God all throughout your life. So, this is what he is asking his mind and his memory to do, is now that I'm about to achieve liberation, I ask all the resources of my mind to appear and to help me to focus upon God by remembering all the experiences that I have had of God throughout my life as a yogi. So powerful, very powerful, very beautiful. Very good. So with that, let's go on now to the next verse, which is verse 18. By the path of goodness, lead us to happiness in you, O my Lord, who is as powerful as fire. Free us from the evils of deceit. We offer our obeisances unto you. And this is the last verse of the Isha Upanishad. So very, very beautiful. So by the path of goodness, lead us to happiness in you, O my Lord. So now, who is he addressing? Now he's no longer addressing his mind. Now he is addressing God himself. He is addressing Isha or Ishvara. He is literally addressing God. And what does he say? By the path of what? Of goodness. Now this is what is interesting. For individuals who follow, let's say, what is sometimes now called the left-hand path, for some individuals who attempt to denigrate the idea of the good by saying that, oh, good, bad, it's all the same, we should just treat them all exactly the same. There is not one verse in the totality of the Vedic scriptures that would agree with this idea. Rather, it is quite distinct. Good is good and bad is bad. Evil is evil because by very definition, evil brings about harm. And if something brings about harm, untoward harm to others, then it's something that is a negative. It's something that is the opposite of spiritual. And then conversely, why is good something that we should strive to attain? It's because it does the opposite. It brings benefit, it brings auspiciousness, it brings health, it brings an individual closer to that which is true, closer to that which is reality. Thus, the path of Sanatana Dharma is not the path of, oh, good and bad, they're all the same. No, it is the path of good is good, evil is evil. We avoid evil, we do the good. And here in this Isha Upanishad, as plainly as can be stated, it states this. By the path of goodness, lead us to happiness in you, O my Lord. So it is by indeed following a path that is ethical, a path that is moral, a path in which, again, we bring benefit to others. We don't harm people. We don't abuse people. We don't victimize others. In fact, on the contrary, we ourselves live our life in such a way that we are a blessing, that we are a benediction to all beings. It is in following this path of goodness that we come to know God. And more, for ourselves personally, that leads us to happiness in God, in you, as this person is saying here in this Isha Upanishad. So this is the path to happiness. It's not one of pretending that we are somehow philosophically sophisticated and, oh, this morality is all relative and it doesn't matter what you do, good or bad, whatever our belief system is, it's all subjective and all personal, etc., etc. Believe that and follow that path all you want. You will know misery. Guaranteed. You will know misery. And if you're following that path now, I guarantee you are miserable now, whether you will openly admit it or not, due to pride. But the truth of the matter is, how do we know happiness? By doing the good, by doing that which is in concert with the divine, concert with God. So this is what this verse is saying. And now, interestingly, he gives a qualification for God. He says this, by the path of goodness, lead us to happiness in you, O my Lord. But now he qualifies, what is this, O my Lord? What is this Lord who is as powerful as fire? Who is as powerful as fire? Now, of course, we understand this is just a metaphor. This is just something that's meant to be symbolic. God is infinitely more powerful than any fire that we can possibly conceive. God is infinitely more powerful than 1,000 suns rising simultaneously, as it says in Bhagavad Gita. But the truth of the matter is, this is a very nice symbolism of explaining what is the nature of God. That God is like a fire, like a very powerful fire. And in what way? Several ways. In the same way that fire, a very powerful fire, has the ability to illuminate. It has the ability to bring light to other beings such that they can see. In the same way that a fire has the ability to heal, etc. A fire has the ability to help us to build, to cook food, etc. A fire is something that is auspicious and beneficial. In the same way, God is as powerful and infinitely more so. So, very nice symbolic reference to what is the actual nature of God. Now, let's go on. Free us from the evils of deceit. The evils of deceit. Now, what is meant by deceit? Deceit, of course, is the opposite of truth. It's the opposite of truth-telling. So in every way, what is meant by deceit is that which is the opposite of truth, that which is the opposite of God. And deceit, meaning deceit that is externalized, that is individuals who will try to lie to us, the nature of this world being such that often it is a world of lies, but also the fact, more than anything, that we deceive ourselves. That, again, we are in Maya, we are in illusion. So what this sentence is asking is that God free us from this illusion. What this yogi is saying is, now, Lord, I am about to achieve liberation. Now, Lord, I am ready to relinquish my illusion, my Maya. So this being the case, I am now ready to enter unto you and into your kingdom, you who are the source of the very opposite of deceit, you who are the very source of truth itself. And then finally, with humility, with devotion, with bhakti, how does this end? We offer our obeisances unto you. We offer our obeisances. We offer our most respectful obeisances, our humble obeisances and respects at your feet, at the feet of Bhagavan, at the feet of God. And it is at this point that the yogi achieves liberation. Expressing bhakti, expressing devotion. So again, these two verses are very powerful. They explain in a very small nutshell the mindset of the individual who is about to achieve liberation, who's about to leave this world, to leave his body and enter into the kingdom of God. And again, how interesting is it that, how does he end this? He ends it with humility. He ends it with devotion, saying, God, now that I am free from deceit, free from Maya, free from self-deceit, free from illusion, now that I'm about to know you, what can I say? I don't have a million philosophical questions to ask you. Rather, I simply offer my most humble obeisances to you, and thus achieve liberation from this world. Very good. Here's a question from Vasil. Acharyaji, what is the difference between Brahman and Brahmajyoti? The difference is too subtle in the Bulgarian translation, as both are described more or less as spiritual radiance from Krishna. Indeed, that is the case. They are describing the same thing. Brahman, well, actually, let me go a little bit deeper, because there is a subtle distinction, but at the same time, they are really describing the same thing. When you get to the gist of it, the only difference being this: Brahman is a word that's used in several senses. First of all, it's used in a philosophical sense to designate the absolute in the most philosophical and thus objective of senses, without necessarily personality ascribed to Brahman, because again, it's like in Western philosophy, where whether you're dealing with Platonism, Hegelianism, Kantianism, etc., where you use the word the absolute, rather than having a more personalized, or let's say theologically colored idea of God. And the reason why you do this is, again, to be objectively philosophical. So in the same way that you would say the absolute in Western philosophy, well, in Sanatana Dharma, when you're speaking strictly philosophically, you say Brahman, and it has the same meaning as the absolute. At the same time, there is indeed the secondary feature in which Brahman is also describing, let's say, the more impersonal aspect of God, as God being ever present, as God being ever expansive, etc. So this does indeed describe the same phenomena as Brahma Jyoti. Brahma Jyoti really is saying the same thing. Jyoti means light. Brahma is not Brahma, it's Brahma with a short a, meaning also Brahman. So it is the light of God. So really, they're saying the same thing. And the technical differences, again, are there, but they're not very significant. They are both pointing to the same thing. That is the light of God, in which especially all of the Atmans are sourced, all the individual Atmans. So I hope that answers the question. So I thank you again for being here with me for these many weeks that we've gone through the Isha Upanishad. Thus ends the translation and the purports on the Isha Upanishad.
Vedanta.
And with that, officially, we end our class.
Nityananda. Vedanta. 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 Nityananda. Vedanta.